Hello, everyone. Oh, she's gone. She's back. I isn't even a number. What is that? Some kind of made up imaginary number? Cassidy, hello. I see you are playing gaming today. We are. We're playing gaming. We wake up. You love it when you play gaming. Gotta be one of your favorite things to play. It's me too. So I went back to the website, because I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna play more of this, and I want to double check to see if there's any other like warnings that I should make everyone aware of. And they advertise a feature called Insight, which is Trixie gets affected by the things she experiences, and her narration becomes less and less reliable. So, I don't think we fully know what's real anymore. How is everyone? I think that insight might be born in her blood. I think it was probably born in that call tag. It was probably born in that still water. Woke up. It was 9 a.m. several hours earlier than I would normally wake up. But after that nightmare, I was glad to be conscious. Nikita liked to tell me off for waking up late, so I assumed she wouldn't be expecting me awake for a few hours. It still felt stuffy, so I decided to walk around the university grounds and get some air. How about the cereal? Nikita is your future. Prepare for it. Terrifying individual. There is pesky waterborne insight still. At least it's not as thick. It was a pleasant morning. A gentle wind blew softly on my weary eyes. A welcome break from the heat wave. Still, it seemed like it was going to be another warm summer day. Unfortunate. Knack. It was the last thing I needed with my albinism. I'd have to put a lot of sun shampoo on my fur. Oh. Ever heard about thick water? I have. Remember, it was like a trend of people who didn't need thick water making themselves thick water and other thick beverages. Uni campus was really nice, albeit a little old-fashioned. It looked like somewhere that would be haunted, and it actually was, albeit only with the occasional gaunt-looking PhD student. Not that I was complaining, whether my experience in the basement was real or not. I had had quite enough of ghosts for now. Walked past the old clock tower. It would have looked a lot more impressive if it wasn't broken. I don't know why you don't replace it with a digital one or something. Though obviously I'm aware it isn't really your department. That was an attack on you faculty admins. Who is she talking to? Oh! She's talking to the university. Remember, all of her narration, 100% of it, is actually just an excuse for an extension on her paper. You saw thick tequila? It seemed horrid. I still remember some YouTube channel with what was it? Markiplier and Ian? I can't remember much about the YouTube channel. I'm sure it's still around. But they were desperately trying to make thick with whatever they had on hand. I've seen people try to make thick resin. Was that Unisanis? It was. Never watched that, but I heard good things. It was pretty good. It was a lot of fun, especially at the time. You saw strange eons make thick stuff, though. I saw a few people do it. As a honey consistency being, it was a wild time to be alive. Haven't seen that one yet, but you probably will. I should watch more of those Strange Eon videos. I really like them. Well, the clock tower was an old statue of the university's founder, E.H. Lovecraft. Lovecraft. He was a speciest dickhead, but now he's just dead. I stopped. I'd found one of Nikita's student presidency posters. It was pretty daunting, though on the plus side, she changed her slogan to something slightly less fascist. Slightly less. I think they also did thick alcohol, if you get what it was. Perhaps best left forgotten. I remember something... Oh yeah, Strange Eons did. I was gonna say something about Del Monte corn. Hi Fractal, how are you doing? Nikita is your future. Prepare for it. Although in retrospect, that might have been worse. There was a box of leaflets under it. Nikita was certainly prepared for next year's election. It was almost a shame the caretakers would probably take this stuff down by next week. I kind of wanted to take a look at one of the leaflets, if just out of morbid curiosity. Okay, so now we know, by the way, we're managing Trixie's sanity to a degree. You don't know what to do with yourself being all awake and shit? Aren't you normally awake? Oh wait, no, you slept like... You accidentally fell asleep for like 7 hours, right? Are you doing okay? Take a look, masochist. I am not a masochist. Maybe Trixie's a little bit of a masochist. Maybe this will help ground her. Slept until noon. That's not too bad. After waking up at 5 a.m. like normal. Bluebell University Student Union Presidency Election 2019. Nikita, a manifesto for a stronger world. Bluebell University, once the 9th highest rated university in the country, now a decaying, ruined institution sitting at a lowly 11th. Okay, we've dropped 2 places. Its student body has become lazy, undisciplined, and led astray by bad leadership. Poor facilities and social societies. I'm sorry. Are societies not social? Dave? I just saved. You're always confused and perturbed here. This is a linear, sensical experience. Burn has awoken from their centennial slumber, confused and perturbed. Aw. But I shall change this. Only anti-social societies shall make us strong. Who am I? I'm Nikita. I am the top student on the Regional History and Culture Studies course here at our prestigious university. I shall one day be our greatest student union president. This, fellow students, is my promise to you. My enemy candidates may be many, but I assure you all, among them my equals are none. I'm sorry, but your enemy candidate is 1. Tabitha Knight, especially, is a try-hard bitch and will not save us from our collapse. My 5-point plan for a stronger world. We should not have read this. This is doing psychic damage to me, and I'm not even under any influence. 1. The library must be expanded and opened eternally, so that our minds too may expand. Only through knowledge can we take our rightful place in the world. 2. Too much of the university's budget is spent on frivolous activities, parties, societies, and trips to name but a few. This must be diverted to improve our facilities. 3. The union has many worthless delegates, the sports officer, the societies officer, and the administrative team, among others. These positions should be dissolved. All power must flow to the executive. Terrifying. The student union president should be made a permanent position, lest future presidents veer from my vision and lead us back into the abyss. 5. We need to fix the vending machine outside Wilbur Hall. It no longer properly dispenses toffee millet bars. She makes a good point. Specifically, 1. I like that she wants to fund and open the library. Thank you for your time, and remember, a vote for my enemies is a vote for your own destruction. Ida has issues. I tossed the leaflet back into its box. I eventually got back to my room and took a quick shower, making sure to cover myself in sun shampoo. I was really lucky to not get burnt yesterday, given how long I was out. Maybe the spores from that cottage rejuvenated skin and a healthy glow on your fur. Though, looking at my gaunt, tired face in the mirror, I doubted it. Finally got around to cleaning up the cereal I spilt yesterday. Better late than never, I guess. She still left her underwear on the floor, though. I ended up just fucking about on my laptop to keep my mind off of things while I waited for Nikita. But knock at my door. Trixie, Glimmer, Smith, stop writing weird monster erotica and open up. I slammed my laptop shut. I still didn't know if she was spying on me or if it was just a lucky guess. Okay, I don't know if it's gonna come up in the story. But her bio on the itch page describes her as being, quote, pretty sure she's asexual, but her fanfics make her doubt that sometimes. And I wish I could tell her. You can still write all the fanfics you want. That's normal. I threw some old underwear behind my bed in a vain attempt to seem less disgusting, and lurched over to the door. I opened it up, and Nikita marched into my room, almost knocking me over. Jeez. Hi, Nikita. You have the book? Nice to see you, too. Cut the crap, Trixie. Where's the play? Oh, fine, whatever. But look, we need to talk about some stuff, okay? Some weird shit happened when I was finding this. I rummaged around in my bag for the book, eventually pulling out the scaled yellow tome. Wow. It's really real. For once, Nikita seemed almost speechless. She walked over to me, seemingly unable to wait to get a hold of it. I handed it over, but part of me wanted to keep it for myself, if just for its value. Nikita was about to undo the ribbon and leaf through its pages, but I put my hand on it, stopping her. She shot me an angry look and almost pulled away. Nikita, seriously, we need to talk. You're stealing your specimen somehow. The absolute gall. Your specimen, can you believe them? A Stellaris dreams about your friend's evil corpo empire. I hope they keep their hands off your specimen. You'd better watch out. Trust no corporation, especially evil interstellar ones. You're trusting no one. Good. I told her everything I remembered about yesterday, my time exploring Daffodil Lane, the missing squirrels, the abandoned cottage, the skulls, the ghost waking up in a field. I told her I didn't even know where the play had come from. Nikita, I think we need to talk to someone, the police maybe. There were skulls in that basement. This isn't just some silly thing. Trixie, those skulls were obviously props. You said yourself there's an artist on that road. They always do weird shit like that. Sure. As a show of trust, you should send your specimens to you temporarily. You found your specimen fair and squircle. Don't believe for 1 second you can keep your hands off a specimen. What does that mean? They keep their hands off your specimen. Thank you, Practal. Now we can all remember it. And no offense, but the options here are either 1, you saw a ghost. Or 2, you saw the person who reads ghost porn all... Or you, the person who reads ghost porn all day, were sleep-deprived, dehydrated, overheating, and breathing mold spores, and imagined a ghost when you saw some spooky props. Then you forgot half the day and fainted in a field after finding the play in the cottage. I mean, makes an amount of sense. Beastmaster Civic player spotted. Is that a is that some kind of off-road vehicle? How does Nikita know what kind of porn she reads? That's a really good question, and one that Trixie was just asking a minute ago. She might be spying on her. Beastmaster means you get to have beasts. You have my attention. I called the police anyway, or agreed with Nikita. We did find skulls in a basement of a missing person. Should we call the police or agree with Nikita? But if you want to go aggressive quickly, because your navy gets strong in the early game. Is this a civilization thing? Police will know you broke and entered. Yeah, but we found a murder scene. Well, maybe. Also, ACAM, it's true. Well, look, they got one head cannon from an artist and dropped the investigation, so I don't know what they're going to do anyway. Oh, it's a Stellaris thing. Inside. You're right. Police are totally corrupt anyway. Thanks, capitalism. There, I told you it was pointless. Aw, thank you. That's so comforting. Now, just keep it to yourself, and I'll help you with your coursework again. Once I finish reading the play, naturally. Is that a deal, Smith? I felt wrong for not trying harder to get the police to check out that cottage. I knew it was selfish of me to ignore what might have been a huge deal, but I needed Nikita's help. I couldn't face the idea of going back to my parents after fucking up my education and not talking to them for months. I let out an audible sigh. Whatever, as long as we're even now. Of course we are. I never lie. Wasn't sure I believed that. Well, I'm off to read this. I do appreciate your service, Trixie, as much as I hate to admit it. I'll draft your coursework for you in a day or two. You have to finish it yourself, though. I'm not your mother. Nikita was being uncharacteristically nice. Maybe she was warming to me? Also, what are the police going to do about a ghost? Well, it's not so much about the ghost. It's about an ongoing missing persons incident. And I found skulls which bore a resemblance to them. Friend is rushing psionic ascension, which you think is the mind ward, which you think the mind wardens can help you deal with, maybe, but you're not actually sure how the mind wardens work. I need a mind warden right now. Did they bear a resemblance? Well, they squirreled a resemblance. Anyway, you should get some sleep. You look like shit. Or not, I thought as Nikita marched out of my room, the king in yellow clutched tightly against her chest. Thanks, Nikita. Stumbled back into my bed. Nikita was exhausting. Hey, we didn't have a dream. A buzzing woke me up a few hours later. Someone was calling me. Who did the bear resemble? Sorry. It's okay. I was groggy and confused, so no different to normal. I reached for my phone, and through my blurry eyes, I could make out Heidi's name on the screen. Hey, you owe me a job. When did she get our number? Aw. I stopped when a bit of drool fell out of my mouth. I've never been good with naps. I need you to come by my shop at like 5 today. Don't bug out now. You owe me for that crowbar, remember? I did owe her, and it wasn't like I had anything else to do. Besides, it'd be good to get outside and distract myself for a while, even if I should have been working on my report. Okay. Sorry. Okay, I'll help. Alright. I just saw her phone. Good. My shop at 7. Don't be late. I have a taser. Wait a minute. Like 5? At 7? Wait. Oh, okay. Everyone is so rude to me. Pro tip. If you're ever being attacked by a werewolf or ghost or other supernatural entity, don't tell the police it's werewolf. Tell them something reasonable but dangerous, like a bear. That's good advice. It's not lying to say I was ambushed by a large animal. Arrow, hi. I'm sorry, I didn't even notice that I slurped your specimen. Curled back up in bed, I was still pretty tired. I had half a day to kill until Heidi needed me, and I didn't want to sit here stewing on my own thoughts all day. Yesterday it fucked me up pretty badly, whether I wanted to show it or not. They put you in jaily? No one always hung up on people because they think it's a prank call in horror movies. Exactly. You don't say I was just chased by a werewolf. You say I was chased by a large, hyper-aggressive animal. Maybe a bear. Don't tell them I have a ghost. I seem to have a home intruder. They're not lies. You're just leaving out, potentially misleading information. I found a coupon for a free bottle of sugar rabies in my sock drawer a few weeks back, so I figured since I had nothing else to do, I could head to town and use it. Anyway, the shopkeeper let slip the only reason Sugar Corp was giving the stuff away for free was because anyone who drank a can lost an average of 3 teeth. So no one was buying it anymore. Big square slime in a prison is a gelatinous cube. It's true. There's zombies? No. Jeez. I guess they were hoping people would risk a bottle for free and end up hooked on its dubiously legal chemicals. I knew better than to wrangle with that since I don't have that many teeth, being a rat and all. Fucking capitalists. My phone's clock said it was almost midday, and I hadn't really eaten yet. I figured I'd combine breakfast and lunch. Decided to call this new meal Lunchfest. My thoughts were cut off when a familiar figure tapped the window next to me. I recognized Greg, the small sugar glider from yesterday. I'd wandered past their bakery without realizing it. I guess my subconscious was telling me to get Lunchfest at Greg's. Maybe Greg is looking for the rest of their freaking payment for yesterday. Hi, Greg. Hey, Trixie, are you here for some tasty treats? Yeah, I guess so. I looked around at the selection. The triple chocolate muffin I'd eaten yesterday was really nice. I did kind of want to try something new, though. I took the healthy option and asked for a vegetable roll. Oh, that makes so much sense. They're really cute. Very out of character. Maybe. We have to take care of her. A vegetable roll would be nice. I need to keep an eye on my sugar intake. All my vegetable rolls come with a triple chocolate muffin just for you. Yes. Greg scurried back behind the counter and placed the food into a little paper bag. Fortunately, I'd remembered to bring my wallet today. It's nice to see you again. Sorry the bakery was so busy yesterday. I could see it was making you anxious. They're so cute. There were 2 people in here, including me. There was one other person. It's a lot calmer today. Extremely kind considering we played, like... What are the proper British terms? 2 pence for 2 triple chocolate muffins and ran out of the store. Literally you, though. The fact that 2 customers were considered busy made me feel slightly bad for Greg. Was the bakery not doing well? Exactly, and you underpaid for muffins. Oh, no problem. Sorry for being weird yesterday. It was kind of hot, and I'd already fainted once, and, like, I get anxious about buying stuff. Greg laughs sympathetically. Oh no! I hope you're feeling better today. Here, have a bottle of water on the house. That should stop you fainting again. Felt bad accepting something for free given my suspicions about Greg's financial situation. Oh no, that's okay, I'll live. No hiking in the sun for me today. Okay, well, the offer's there. I wouldn't want any of my friends fainting. We're friends now. On the house or on the rat? Well, hopefully it'd be in the rat. Your friendliness almost reminded me of Parsnip. Yeah, I was just thinking that. This is like a more chill Parsnip. Though, thankfully, Greg seemed to be capable of conversations and had an actual personality. You seem to like cakes, Trixie. Do you make any yourself? So they know we were asking for cake. But they gave us the triple chocolate muffin because it was more filling. Wait, what's in the muffin? I shook my head. I don't really do much baking or cooking in general, really. I basically just eat snacks and drink energy drinks. I probably have like 4 years left to live. Oh no, I hope not. Wait, you want me to die faster? They giggled. Don't you like cooking? I don't mind cooking, but like, I have kind of a short attention span, so my food usually ends up burned. What do they put in the muffin? Probably insight. I had a dream that their cookies were full of infinite blood, so... It was a slight understatement. The fire brigade had been called twice since I started uni, thanks to me. I used to bake bread with my parents when I was younger, but we just kind of stopped at some point when I got older. Oh, that's sad. I used to bake with my dad a lot. It was really fun. It's probably why I ended up being a baker. You know, I could always use some help here. I could teach you to bake treats. It was a really kind offer. I did want to learn baking, even if it was just another way to fuel my sugar addiction. Oh, geez, that's really kind. I feel like I just waste your time, though. I'm a bit of a fuck up, and you probably don't need that when you're already having money trouble. I trailed off. Greg seemed to see where I was going. I was worried I'd upset them, but they seemed to hide it. Yeah, they're hiding it so well. If you don't feel up to it, don't worry. I know tomorrow morning probably won't be very busy, though, so feel free to come along if you change your mind. I did like the idea, and Greg was really sweet. Thanks, Greg. I'll think about it. Sorry, I'm kind of a mess right now. It's been a tough few days, weeks, years. Is that pizza? Oh yeah, they bake pizza. Actually, I thought that was strange too, but it's more reasonable, I suppose. I mean, they've already got the ovens. They might not be pizza ovens, but I bet it's a nice serviceable pizza. If you can do a sausage roll, why not? Mercury Soul, nice catch. How are you doing? No worries. Just let me know if you're coming along. Would you like my number? I'd talk some more, but I have to make a delivery in a few minutes. They motion towards a wedding cake. A lovely icing statue of two cute mice girls kissing set at the top. Oh, sure, yeah. Oh, maybe the bakery itself isn't very busy because they mostly make deliveries, and it's actually fine. Great, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Trixie. I better close up. See you soon. See you, Greg. I waved goodbye and left the bakery munching on my food. I expected Belle would be at the Attic Mouse Bar down the road, and I figured I may as well give her a visit to waste some time before I met Heidi later. If just to show I wasn't ignoring her offer. Aw, thank you for the boot, Mercury. Attic Mouse had a warm, friendly atmosphere, and I was relieved to see their drinks were super cheap. By bar standards, at least. I walked inside and found it was pretty quiet. Understandable, really, given the time of day. Belle was sat in the corner by herself, with several glasses of alcohol in front of her. That's bad. Not really into alcohol, so I dropped 10 pounds on the bar to pay for my pint of cola and walked over to her. Hey. Hey, Trixie. Nice to see you came along. Sadly, no one else has. Oh, well. We pre-order the drinks, so more for me, I guess. Hmm? Since the first game was about Parsnip, and the second one is about Trixie, maybe there will be a third one about Greg where you manage the bakery. That sounds awesome. She downed one of her shots. Oh, I mean, I'm not good with groups anyway. Do a lot of people usually show up? Well, there's Greg, who you've met. My pal, La Rose. An artist down Daffodil Lane Way. Wait, I know La Rose, the tall rabbit, right? Huh? No way, nice lady. She hasn't turned up recently, though. She's, well, she ain't been feeling great recently. It's hard for her to find the energy to hang out, you know? There's also Heidi. She's cool. A little scary, but a great gal. She runs a shop here in town. Yeah. I, met her yesterday, too. She's more than a little scary, though. She's all bark and no bite. Doesn't get on so well with La Rose. They almost ended up glassing each other a few weeks back when Heidi said neopunk biker art was better than neopunk bohemian art. Insufferable. Like a tree. I don't know what either of those are, so I didn't think it was my place to mediate, you know? He's... Weird how I met literally all of you by chance yesterday. Almost too weird, I thought. That is weird. We all know each other, and now we all know you too. She took another sip of her drink. I copied her and sipped my cola. I'll copy her and sip my cola. I felt a little awkward, and I just ended up staring at the TV in the corner for a bit. Prime Minister was giving a speech about sheepzit. Sheepzit. I rolled my eyes. I was getting pretty tired of hearing about it nonstop for the last 2 years. This is getting ridiculous. Even the Northwest Union, just because its official sheep mascot bit the Prime Minister's 4-year-old? So petty. Exactly. If she didn't want her kid getting bit, she shouldn't have let her roll around in the grass, then go pet a sheep. We both shook our heads and tutted. So you're like a milkwoman, right? It sounds kind of fun, driving around, seeing places all over. I don't get out much, so... it sucks. Oh. Not much traveling either anymore, I'm afraid. Oh, of course. When you were talking to Greg yesterday, you said you only go to North Acres now, right? North Acres, yeah. Nasty place. Why? She squinted at me quizzically. Yesterday she said it wasn't so bad, but that was to Greg. Oh, it's just like, I study local history and stuff. North Acres is meant to be really good for that, right? It's kinda old-fashioned and remote, despite being only a few miles from town. I want to take a look around there, but it's kinda hard to get to. I couldn't find any buses that go that way, and no way I'm paying for a taxi. Yeah, they shot down every proposal for a bus route. I think I might be the only outside interaction they get besides the postman. They're a weird lot. I try not to spend too much time there. She shrugged and took another drink. But hey, if you want to have a peep around there, you're welcome to come tag along tomorrow morning. Nice try. Oh wow, I mean, if it isn't an issue? Not at all. I could use the company. Not much to do on the job, and the boss says if he catches me reading magazines at the wheel again, he'll fire me. Belle's phone buzzed. She took a look at it and sighed. Speaking of the great dictator. I gotta get going. Apparently, the sheep have escaped from Daffodil Lane. Probably that kid opening the gate because it looked sad being closed again. She shook her head and downed the rest of her drink. I suspected I knew who she was talking about. Oh no. I better stick around. I still have some stuff to do in town. Well, feel free to shoot me a message tomorrow morning if you're up for a really dull adventure. She should get an audiobook. It's really good for driving work. It's true. I used to listen to a lot more audio content when I used to walk to work. I read a lot when I took the bus, and I listened to a lot of podcasts and audio stuff when I was walking to work. Making so many new friends. I know, it's so exciting. I also really like every character. She chuckled and added her number to my phone. Wow, everyone really wants to hang out with me. I know! It's so weird. No, I mean, Trixie's wonderful. It's just I can relate. Funny. You're here for your streak, but at dinner with friends before D&D, and don't want spoilers, so you're not going to listen? Fair enough. Have a good dinner and D&D, bunny. If this were a lame dating game, I'd assume they wanted to get in my pants. Fortunately, I keep my life very PG. Yeah, it has been so PG. Looks at warnings, looks at warning. Wasn't sure how much I believed that, given recent events, but the slight hope nothing involving Nikita and her stupid play would escalate beyond comic mischief and some rude language was reassuring. Can't wait for you to stream Parsnips so you know the backstory to this game. Okay, so there, I think. Okay, so the page says you don't need Parsnip in order to enjoy this game, and I think that's true. Though it does provide a lot of additional context to the Daffodil Lane segment so far, because that's where the entire Parsnip game takes place. But the only repeat characters are Belle. Okay, so like the entire cast of Parsnip has appeared in this one except for one so far. Actually, come to think of it, never mind. I don't play enough video games to get that joke, but sure. I meant to say that out loud. But which part did I say out loud? If this were a lame dating game, I'd assume they wanted to get my pants. That was said out loud. This whole thing. Wild. Anyway, I better get going. See you around, Trix. Whoa. If she sauntered up to me and called me Trix, I would be like, oh, wow. That's not my name, but okay. He strolled off, as calm as ever. But your name is Allie. I know, but, you know? I can be convinced. I finished my drink and sat around for a while, glad today had been full of distractions. I still wasn't ready to think about yesterday's events. I eventually knew it was time to head to Heidi's. I didn't want to be late. She apparently had a taser. I have to admit, I was slacking on my way to Heidi's shop. Drinking a pint of cola right before walking wasn't a great decision on my part. Sorry I'm late, I'm here now. Please don't tase me. Trixie, I was about to call you. Good, thank you for coming. I was worried you might be a deal breaker. And then I would have had to tase you. Yeah, but how are you gonna find me? I don't think that was a joke. Why do you have a taser anyway? Is that even legal? Probably. It's for self-defense, right? And good company on lonely nights. Oh, that's so weird. Okay, enough fucking around. We have a lot of work to do. Bird. Ow, jeez. Jeez, it's gonna keep shocking me for like a minute because of the new settings. I don't know why there's been so much delay to the shocks. Apparently that's been a thing, but you know. When you're dealing with like server latency, you can't really predict it, I guess. She bundled me into her office. Bundled? It was pretty small and completely cluttered with cardboard boxes. Okay, Trixie, you're gonna help me with my side business, spring cleaning. We're gonna go through these boxes and sort the junk into these two other much bigger boxes. This is the stuff to be burned box. She kicked a generic wooden crate soaked in petrol. I chose not to question her health and safety practices and just tried to avoid breathing too much. And this is the stuff that might actually be worth money box. She tapped a sturdy metal safe. Okay, so what kind of stuff are we sorting through? Like extra stock or what? Oh, just like old antiques and books, nothing too important. Let's just get on with it, okay? I want to close on time. She dropped a cardboard box full of junk onto the desk in front of me. I started rooting around in it and found it was full of trash, mostly dusty books falling apart at the seams and broken old antiques. But the more I looked, the more it became clear some of this stuff might actually be valuable. I pulled a golden bracelet out of a box and blew the dust off it. Engraved into it was a strange fish-like face with a single opal eye that seemed to stare at me. Jeez, how much money do you make selling this stuff? Heck, where do you even get this stuff from in the first place? This looks expensive. Eddie shot me an annoyed look. Don't question it. So, a lot and illegally. Got it. I chuckled to myself. Heidi seemed unamused. I carefully put the bracelet into the safe. As I sorted through the box, it became pretty clear there was a theme to Heidi's stuff. It was all in some way arcane. Old magic books, spooky scrolls, and even what seemed to be occult apparel, like the bracelet I found earlier. Heidi, do you believe in any of this stuff? Monsters and magic, I mean? Looked at me for a moment, somewhat puzzled. Of course not. Never seen any monsters or magic. But like, don't you ever get tempted to try any of the spells in these books? I opened up one of the thick, dusty tomes and skimmed through it, looking for an example. Before I could read anything, Heidi slammed it shut on my fingers. Hey, ow! Okay, new rule. You don't look at anything for longer than it takes to work out if it's valuable. Got it? I nodded. No, I don't believe in this stuff, but... Look. I'd like to keep it that way, okay? I've met people who like this crap, and it messes with their heads. This stuff is best left ignored, okay? Ignorance is bliss. She got back to work. I envied her lack of belief. I hoped with enough time my brain could fully convince me that what I saw the night before was just a heat, dehydration, and spore-fueled hallucination. But I think even I knew the truth. Heidi seemed to know that we were only inches from madness, and intended to never test that distance. We sorted through the boxes for a while. Most of the stuff was pretty uninteresting, but a few things caught my eye. Copper amulet, a shard of amber with a strange ancient bug frozen inside of it. Some long-distant ancestor to a modern bee, perhaps? A manuscript detailing a ritual to summon rain. And at one point, a Dungeons and Fungeons rulebook with Heidi's name on it, which was quickly grabbed off of me and stuffed into Heidi's desk drawer. Old family possessions? She's literally you? Which one? Heidi? Her or her family used to believe in this stuff, clearly. In Trixie's banana. I was getting pretty bored. Some of the stuff looked really interesting, but I knew Heidi would snap at me if I tried to look into any of it. Fortunately, there was a sound outside, and someone had walked into the shop. Heidi slinked over to the peephole in her office door suspiciously. Ah, it's a customer. Trixie, you take care of this stuff. I'll go deal with this schmuck. She walked into the shop, snapping at the customer for looking at something too strangely before the door closed behind her. I picked up one of the last items in the box, a small book titled Spiral Speeches of the Star Gods. Most of it seemed to be missing, but there were a few pages left. Sounded kind of interesting. Bella's pretty K. Bella's extremely chill and cool. There's only a few pages of Spiral Speeches of the Star Gods. It will only drive us to madness. It's pretty great. Pretty is Isaac Greg. Okay. Knowing that there's an insanity mechanic, I feel it's best to follow Heidi's advice and put it in the trash, but I'll defer. You're Parsnip? You're not Parsnip. Who's Greg? Greg is a darling sugar glider. Yo, yeah. We're referring to Greg. There's only a few pages left. I'm gonna put it in the trash. Didn't want to risk Heidi's ire again and toss the book into the trash box.
Yosh.
Aw, thank you, Isa. It wasn't long before Heidi was back. Sorry about that. Customers are a pain. Huh, you finished. A nice one. You look genuinely pleased with me. You know, you didn't do a bad job. Aiza. Aiza, hello. I'm here. You seem to think for a moment. Thank you for the boop. Wait, no, why did it chat? It's supposed to not do that anymore. Trixie, how would you like to help me out again? For money, I mean. Your crowbar debt is paid. Oh, wow. I've never had a job before, maybe? I wanted to help Heidi, if just to justify my curiosity about her strange inventory. But I also wanted to hang out with Greg or Belle. I wasn't sure if there'd be time for that, too. This is the splitting paths. I love all of them. Feel free to weigh in. We got Heidi, Greg, or Belle. I'm gonna pull it. I'm gonna pull it, and then I'm gonna break for ads and go with whatever choice is here. Don't feel you have enough context to input. Here, I'll add some context. I wasn't able to fit much context with the character limit. We got Heidi, the shopkeeper, with strange inventory and oddly defensive about occult subjects. A punk with a taser who will use it. We've got Greg, an adorable sugar glider, with a bakery that is surprisingly functioning despite never having any business, who offered to bake treats with us. We've got Belle, the very laid-back cow woman who delivers milk to an isolated community. Beautiful work, everyone. Game reminds you of Night in the Woods so much you didn't realize until Isa mentioned Greg. Oh yeah, I forgot there was a Greg in that one too. I want to know what kind of deal Greg made with the demons, so you voted for Greg. All right, I am going to take a really quick break. I'll be right back. See you all very soon. Welcome back. I see you've made the vote a tie. Hey, but welcome back. What is the... Oh! It's the Marathon Silkworm. I thought it was like a sad face. Welcome back, Cairo. We're all tied. So between these two options, you could say agreed to help Heidi has 1 vote. And declined Heidi's offer because it'd be more fun to hang with Greg or Belle has 2 votes. So we'll go for that one. Sorry, Heidi. Hey, no sweat, Trixie. You don't have to explain yourself. Aiza, welcome back. Aero, welcome back. Cassidy, welcome back. It ain't exactly the most exciting job in the world. Right, I better start closing up. Thanks for your help. I'll see you, Trixie. I wish you a good evening and started to walk home to my bed. I could definitely use some sleep. I was walking past Wilbur Hall on my way to bed when I noticed Nikita fumbling with the vending machine. She was trying to pull a bar of toffee millet out of its slot, but it seemed to be stuck. She gave the machine a frustrated kick and the snack fell out. As she picked it up, she noticed me watching her. She looks fine and normal. Oh, hello, Trixie. I'm just on my way back to my room. I have to finish reading the... She seemed almost scared to say it. The King in Yellow. Yes, The King in Yellow. Nikita seemed skittish. Her usually tidy clothing was scruffy, her fur unbrushed, her eyes flitted around the hallway frantically. Her constant fidgeting made her look eager to finish talking to me and get back to her room. Looks like she'd stab you over $5. She would. So far, Nikita and Heidi both absolutely would. Hey, hello. King in Yellow, we playing Signalis? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is set in the past from Signalis. Hey, how are you doing? It was like she'd just been for a spin in a tumble dryer full of caffeine. Are you okay, Nikita? You're kind of a mess. Have you been reading all day or something? Yes, I have. All day, yes. Last night, too. Preliminary research. Yeah, this is the Signalis prequel. That's a normal reaction to finding out about the monarchy. It has been an illuminating read thus far. I need to read a little more, but... Trixie. She grabbed me by the shoulders, pulling me close. I looked down at her scared eyes. Wait. I never for a second considered that Trixie wasn't a tiny, adorable rat girl and was taller than anybody here. Signalis? Yeah. Parsnip, The Testimony of Trixie Glimmer Smith, and then Signalis chronicle the journey of the King in Yellow from a small rural countryside in England into the far reaches of space. Also, hi Izu, how are you doing? I knew all too much about the reputation of the King in Yellow. I didn't want to believe it could have done this to Nikita, but this wasn't right. I'm still getting my head around Trixie being taller than Nikita. Trixie, I need to make some notes, and I need to double check, read between the lines, but... No, never mind. We can discuss this later, when I'm certain. Let go of me. I better get back to my room. There's... Yes. Good night, Trixie. She did a sort of shaky fast walk away from me towards the accommodation block. Bye, Nikita. I was scared. Could this really have been the work of that play? I shook my head. This had to be sleep deprivation. She'd barely slept in weeks with her campaign planning and coursework. I didn't like Nikita, but I was genuinely worried about her health. I figured I'd let her finish reading and get some sleep. Then I could always make sure she was okay in the morning. I have something we need to talk about, but it can wait. Nikita's dead. I don't think she's dead, but I don't think she's going to, she's definitely going to tell me about something in the morning. Did the King in Yellow do this? Meow. I eventually got back to my room and collapsed onto my bed. It had been a busy day. I was planning to muck about on my laptop until I got tired enough to sleep, but it was on my desk and I couldn't be bothered to get back out of bed. I remembered the book about ghosts I'd gotten a hold of a few weeks back. It was probably still on the floor next to my bed. I remembered it being pretty tacky. Peering over the edge, I could see it was. After my sighting in the basement, I thought it might be relevant. If I was going to stay awake a little longer, I thought I might as well use my time productively. Before I could reach for the book, my phone buzzed. Tappy had sent me a message. Oh. Not saying that's a guaranteed death flag, but it usually is. I feel like my suspicion about Nikita right now is things are gonna get worse. I think she's gonna be a bigger problem. Probably for more people other than Trixie. Think characters would die in this brightly lit cartoon fantasy talking animal character game? Yeah, look at these charming cartoon characters. That was unexpected. I don't speak to Tabby often, which is sad because I kind of wish we were friends. But I don't think she really notices me. I used to think she was kind of weird, but after the last week, I have to admit I'm taking her more seriously. I wasn't sure if I could handle a conversation with her right then, but I did think it would be kind of nice to talk to someone. We have to message Tabby. Hey Trixie, one of my Psyker crystals, the green spiral-aligned one, went missing. I was wondering if you've seen it anywhere? Busy? Hey, sorry Tabby, I haven't seen it. When did it go missing? No worries. Someone today, I think. I've never seen someone before, but I like it. Oh no, I'll keep an eye out for it. I'll keep an eye out for it. Hey Tabby, do you know the King in Yellow? Sorry, not to bug you. I'm just wondering if you're not busy. The punctuation? Oh yes, the infamous haunted play. I know it. Can't say I've read it though. Why? Are you researching it or something? I heard that's generally a bad idea. Not to discourage you, I bet it would be a great study for next year. She's so sweet. No. I'm not going to read it. I'm pretty sure it doesn't even exist anymore. I'm just wondering if you knew much about it. You're a good student. Well, I have to be if I want to be student union president next year, right? I read a few books on it in uni library. Maybe you could get them out? The Notes of Grand Inquisitor Wilhelm were really good for obvious reasons. Anyway, I gotta get some sleep. I'm going to Wolfest South tomorrow. I'm going to Wolfest South tomorrow in town. Gonna be super hot in my costume, lol. Not in that way, you cheeky rat. Maybe you should come to WoolCon with me someone, if you're into that. Maybe. I'll let you get some sleep. Thanks, Tabby. I'll look out for your crystal. Tabby's nice, but I don't really know if she likes me or not. I wasn't super keen on the idea of going to WoolCon. Dressing as a sheep and whiffing or whatever they do at those cons didn't sound super appealing. Look. It's not all about whiff. It's mostly just a form of self-expression. Regardless, it was time to sleep. I had a surprising and pleasant, if somewhat strange dream. I was a clerk marrying Nikita to a giant toffee millet bar. And then I married the entire cast of Cyber Draculias from Mars. Parsnip was there, jumping up and down, throwing confetti. Let's not get into it. Regardless, it was a welcome break from the horrid dreams I'd had the night before. I woke up feeling a lot better. That's wonderful! She's cured! She's the sanest rat I've ever seen. Pretty early in the morning, but I sent Nikita a message anyway. I didn't get a response and assumed she must have finally gone to sleep. I could check again tonight if she was still MIA. I could let security or the campus doctor know if she was acting funny. I could check again tonight, and if she's still MIA, I could let everyone know. You've seen Isa. Yeah. Yeah, okay, you got me there. That said, I knew she wouldn't do the same for me. I laced around in bed for a while until I felt too gross to not shower any longer. Once I was eventually somewhat functional, I decided to work out what to do. Oh no, it's here again. I ask you again. Ooh, hang. But you make a poll for me? Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. I was too locked in on the poll, and I was like, well, I'm gonna be reading chat when I am finished with the poll. Stories that pair cute animals with dark plot points could never have anything bad happen to any of its characters. Yeah, no, never. It's so animated. This must be for, like, kids. You're all the worst. You're gonna make 5 options for Belle, and then one that was, like, Belle or whatever, I guess. Or 5 for Greg, you meant? You can't even keep them straight. I think what I'm learning is I might have to do multiple playthroughs. You'd never keep Greg straight. I remembered Greg's invitation. Belle was nice, but I didn't think I could handle driving around in this heat. Besides, I really wanted to learn to make cakes. We're going to have the most pleasant, normal, well-handled mental state by the end of this. Or more accurately, I wanted to eat them. With last night's encounter with Nikita all but forgotten, I made myself somewhat presentable and headed to town. Hi, Greg. I hope I'm not too late to make cakes with you. Oh, not at all. I was just about to start. I'm glad you decided to come. You better wash your hands so we can get baking. I ended up just trying and failing to follow Greg's baking instructions. Accidentally baking a whisk into one of the cakes was one of the least disastrous moments. Once the cupcakes came out of the oven, we got a chance to talk properly. Okay, Trixie, time to ice our cakes. Let's get creative. I looked at my vaguely cake-shaped blobs of carbon. Adding icing to these would be like sticking plasters on someone hit by a howitzer shell. I don't know how you do this every day. I'm tired already. Let's get creative. Although, to be fair, tired is pretty much my default state of being. Plasters are British for band-aids. I see. I thought it was like casts. Thank you, Cass. Isa, come here. You're so creative. I've never seen you use green in your life. It is pretty tiring, especially since I'm open pretty much every day. I might not need to work as hard soon, though. Maybe I can take a break and enjoy the sun. I need to get to the beach. Oh? Are you getting, like, a machine to make stuff for you, or what? Greg was suspiciously silent for a moment. I could see their eyes and thought. Kinda. I could tell they didn't want to talk about it, so I tried to change the subject. It's kinda nice getting outside in the sun. I used to have to stay inside a lot during the summer since I can't really handle the sun with my lack of melanin. Got some of that new UV protective sun shampoo for it though this year. So I've actually been able to get outside. I'm still a little worried I might end up sunburnt though. You understand? I relate so much to this, right? I also fear the sun. I miss the heat. Hopefully I can spend some time outside before this heat wave ends. You used to miss it? Oh, I moved here when I was pretty young. Me and my parents used to live in Oceania. Oh! I need to be doing an Australian accent for Greg. You understand everything? Your genius mind just pieced together all the clues? I see. I still remember playing in the summers there. No. I still remember playing in the summers there. They were even hotter than it is here today. Cheating because you showed me screen captures when you were looking at this game? I looked at screen captures too. Oh yeah! I forgot about... I was showing Sinzu that screen cap of Greg last night too. Yeah, but I'm dumb. It's true. Oh wow, I hadn't realized. That's cool. I wanted to visit Oceania for ages, but I didn't think I could handle the heat there in the winter, let alone in the summers. Aw, thank you, Cassidy. Thousands of ash islands dotted with strange Siberian artifacts thrown across the planet by the Dark Age cataclysm sounded right up my alley. What do you think Oceania is? What about Sheepsit? Is that going to be a problem for you? I don't really know much about immigration. Oh, no. I'll be fine since I've lived here so long. I still think it sucks, though. And that poor sheep, I can't believe the Prime Minister wants to let her kid bite it back, or she won't accept an exit deal. Isn't that exactly what Australia's about? You made the Chinese tarantula sneeze so that all its fur fell off, so you could make a wig from it to give to the bald librarian, who's too embarrassed to admit he bought a bottle of hair tonic, which I needed because it's labeled as actually part of a blueprint for an airship that was outlawed by the Inquisition. But you got... but you needed to go back to heaven. Good work, Fractal. You're doing good work over there. I hadn't heard about that yet, but it didn't surprise me in the slightest. Exit negotiations were growing increasingly surreal. With a ring, the shop door opened, and in strode a familiar face. Heidi! What's up, sluts? Hey, Heidi! You just popping in for lunch? You bet. Can't hang around long. I have some stuff to sort out at the shop. She shot me a slightly scary look. I think it was meant to be friendly, but it's kind of hard to tell with Heidi. What's up, sluts? Hey, that's game dialogue. I would never say that. Can I get 20 soy meat rolls and a whiskey? Yeah, but you read it with such passion. You felt those words in your soul. I wanted to say those words to chat for so long. I'm sorry. I just imagined nibbling on a carrot. Yeah. Oh, what's up, sluts? Heidi, I don't sell alcohol. How many times do I have to tell you? Greg said as she got a half-liter bottle of Dusty Dunes whiskey out from under the counter and poured it into a paper coffee cup. They don't sell whiskey, but they keep it stocked just for Heidi. Oh my god. Heidi smiled and winked at me. I winked back and probably looked pretty silly. Well, I better get going. See you later, you two. Oh, Heidi, before you go. Do you sell any boxes? I need some. Boxes? Yeah, I have some boxes. You can have them for free, honestly. I have plenty spare. Wait, who poured it? Greg, I think. Greg said as she got a half-liter bottle of Dusty Dunes whiskey. It said she poured it. Yeah, I think Greg's like non-binary or fluid. Sorry for misgendering Greg. It's okay. What's upsluts? Upsluts could be a misspelling of upslut, a Swedish word meaning participation or joining. Hope this helped. Oh my goodness. That's such a welcoming and inclusive word. Awesome. I'll come pick them up later. Nice. I'll see you then, dude. Heidi left and we got back to icing. What do you need boxes for, Craig? Just shattered every single time. How's the bakery doing, Greg? Oh, sorry, I'll change the boxes. Or I'll change the subject. Anyway, what do you need the boxes for? Before Greg could respond, the shop's phone started to ring. I'll get that. They picked it up and gave a chirpy hello. I like to eavesdrop at the best of times, but when Greg's face dropped and they ran into the cupboard, I knew I wouldn't be able to resist. Can you still do the eye thing? The awooga? You mean this? I'm sorry. I try not to do it too often because it's low-key body horror. If you can't handle me at my being forced to is actually kind of nice. You don't deserve me at my spit on it. That's the most apt combination I've ever seen. Who Framed Roger Rabbit traumatized you? Who did it not traumatize? Yes. Like most of it? No, that's too much. No, I can't. I don't have enough. Right, I know. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll try harder. Goodbye. Greg re-emerged from the cupboard. They looked deflated. Hurt even. You never saw that one? It's a buddy cop movie about a grizzled detective and
Yosh.
an off-brand Bugs Bunny. He's crying, kill whoever was on the other end of the phone. Sorry, Trixie. Business stuff. Are you okay, Greg? Trixie looks like she's actually going to kill whoever was on the other end of the phone. Want to talk about it? I'm not usually one to ask that. I don't have the energy to deal with my own problems, let alone other people's, but seeing the usually chirpy Greg break down like this caught me off guard. Oh, it's nothing important, just... the bakery hasn't been doing so well recently. I've been relying on selling in bulk to a couple of big businesses. A few hundred pastries a day for their canteens and stuff, right? Problem is, I haven't been able to keep up with the amount they need. Most of them have already dropped me. That was Crowbar Inc. on the phone. The CEO personally phoned to complain I wasn't making them enough pastries for their lunch. Tragic. Chatter Greg. I've got a week to turn it around, and if not, well, I have to close, I guess. I'll have to find a new job in telemarketing, maybe? Sorry, Trixie. I didn't mean to kill the mood. Crowbar Inc. The plot thickens. They were trying their best to backtrack and pretend everything was fine. Hey, no worries, Greg. I wish I could help, but I looked at Greg's pristine cupcakes and then I gazed in fear upon my abominations. I don't think I'm cut out for baking. That's okay, Trixie. It's my problem to deal with, not yours. They seemed to think for a moment. Hey, Trixie. Are you into spooky magic stuff by any chance? Damn it. You were the safest option. You're learning your Kana type to save your life. You could not survive typing of the dead. For sure, I study it at the uni. I'm in the spooky magic stuff course. Nay. Nay. And you? Kinda. Why? I thought so. You look like that type. You're wearing a bat backpack. Was it that obvious? There's, I guess, a kind of plan I have. Maybe you could help me with it. We're in the occult club now. Ow, ow, jeez. When I'm not looking, I don't know which one it is anymore. Because Thundaga just starts normal. Like thunder, and I'm not expecting the two following shots. How could you? Big tail? Meowza? There's, I guess, a kind of plan I have. Maybe you could help me with it. I wasn't sure I liked where this was going. This is probably going to sound really silly, but a few years back, I got a hold of some book. Cryptids of the South, I think. Oh, sweet. I read that last term instead of doing my actual work. I was like, wow, I can write my report on spooky monsters. Then I reread the report brief and realized it was meant to be about some old dead language. I see. I had to get my friend to bail me out. It's a fun book, right? Pretty silly, but when I started struggling to keep up with my orders, I remembered one of the entries. The Antlered Tree. Oh yeah, they're like some old food god or something, right? I can see why you'd like that. But this antlered tree is meant to bless people in need with endless amounts of food, right? Those weirdos up in North Acres, they worship the antler tree, don't they? Oh, or it's all coming back to North Acres anyway. Yeah, ever since the Dark Age, I think. Exactly, when the entire country was starving because of the ash storms. The ash storms? Well, right, about 1.8 million people died over here. I was trying to make myself look smart by quoting the one statistic that had stayed with me for my college courses required reading. But yeah, I studied the Dark Age back in college. It was pretty bad. So you probably know North Acres was one of the only places in the country to have a death rate below like 5%, right? The others had a ton of farms and stuff, so it made sense, but shoot. Ovicton and North Acres? It was a mining village. It had to import most of its food from nearby towns. Here we go! And they didn't have to export during the famines. Or they didn't have any to export during the famines. They were right. It was a pretty well-known fact. People say a stranger arrived at Ovicton when the villagers started to get ill. Ovicton and some of the nearby villages started to worship the antlered tree and survived the Dark Age with no trouble. My point is, if the antler tree could help them then, maybe it could help me now. Or, I don't know, hire some temporary workers. I know this probably sounds like I'm mad, but I really believe that if this creature is real, it could help me. He doesn't need endless food, he needs money. It's true. They need an oven and a worker. It might be my only chance to save the bakery. Greg did sound a little mad, but I wasn't exactly one to judge on that front. If I had an endless supply of pastry, that's my problem solved, right? I know it's the selfish use of endless food, but anyway, it sounds like you know all about this stuff. And I guess if you don't think I'm being too ridiculous, it would be real cool if you wanted to. I guess help me contact this thing if it's real. Ask them for a job and learn to actually cook like an adult. It seems like a more reliable solution than contacting an ancient deity, even if it's contactable and real. I mean, I've already been making some plans to do this by myself, but if you're willing to help, it might be easier. I was taken aback. Greg wanted to contact some kind of mysterious woodland god? Wasn't that generally a bad idea? Greg, that's... Before I could reply, a group of wool suitors burst in, I guess from the Wolf Fest going on in town today. I half expected to see Tabby, but I don't think she was there. It's not like she would have said hi anyway. She probably wasn't interested in talking to me. Why do 100% of the visual novels that I have played for more than an hour have had a like an Anthrocon equivalent in them? It's a wild statistic, right? They all bought grass cakes. I guess they were getting into character. Because you play furry games? Is this a furry game? Wait a minute. Is this furry shit? Mice Tea isn't a furry game either. All the characters start human. Ow! Oh, why is there so much furry TF in my games that I sought out for furry TF? I didn't say furry TF. I said furry conventions. I think all modern problems can be solved through the worship of unknowable esoteric arts. I'm not gonna say it doesn't do anything. If you find comfort in unknowable esoteric arts, by all means. After they left, Greg spoke up again. So what do you think, Trixie? Want to go along with my silly idea? I couldn't say no. Greg deserved to keep their bakery, and if this at best silly and at worst horrifically dangerous scheme made them at least feel better about the situation, I'd go along with it. In retrospect, this was a poor decision. There is no choice for us. Sure, Greg. You can use my expertise. I gave them a smile and tapped my little brain. Greg ran over to me for a hug, but I guess my face went into the about-to-be-hugged grimace I'd adopted ever since puberty hit me. Oh, sorry. Not really into hugs. Sorry, Greg. Maybe another time. Greg seemed to understand. Greg is actually the best. Thank you, Trixie. So there's this book called The Notes of Ilaria Excuse me. The Notes of Ilaria Divinibur. Apparently she knew a lot about this kind of stuff. There's only like 2 copies though. Just like Iva. Iva is the best. Yeah, one of those spooky grimoires. I'm pretty sure they're always kind of bullshit though. I said this, but at the back of my mind I couldn't help but think of the King in Yellow. after seeing Nikita last night and feeling the pull of that play's yellowed pages. I mean, sure, most of them probably are. But the notes of Hilaria Divininiber, well, I've heard things about it. Anyway, I might be able to get a hold of a copy soon. But let's talk about that tomorrow. We have cakes to ice. We iced for a little longer, but eventually I had to get going. Greg let me take some of their cupcakes back to my room for lunch, which was nice. I think mine ended up in a biohazard bin. It had been a nice, if strange, day. According to Poppygon.com, Cyber Draculias from Mars was getting a reboot, so that was cool. The votes of Varia Dininiper. Yeah, that's what it said. Ilaria Divinenber. Puppygon.com? Don't go to puppygon.com. We want to keep those. Cyber Bat Razor had a new design, somehow even hotter than the old one. It doesn't real. It better not. Irrelevant. Sorry again. That was some pretty exciting news, but pretty soon that night took a turn for the worse. I'd been gorging on the cupcakes I'd brought back from Greg's all evening, thinking about what we had spoken about. I decided to wait till I saw Greg again to look into it. Not a fetish? It's not a fetish. He just writes a lot of Bat Kulia's from Mars cross-fiction with herself. Eventually, I managed to get to sleep, only to be immediately woken up by knocking at my door. If it was Nikita, she'd be shouting abuse at me by now, so who was it? Trixie, this is important. We need to talk. It's about the King in Yellow, just shouting it. My blood froze. I'd completely forgotten to check up on Nikita by the sound of it. She'd deteriorated somewhat. I shouted a mess of words at her, my half-asleep mouth barely functioning. The knocking stopped. I managed to get my clothes on and open the door. Trixie, sit with me. She took a seat on my bed. The King in Yellow clutched in her hands. I was taken aback. Nikita always looked faintly repulsed by my hygiene. She would never normally consider touching any of my stuff. Nikita, are you okay? Trixie, shut up. I'm fine. Now sit down and listen to me. I already told you this is important. She didn't look fine. She looked even worse than last time I saw her. I nervously sat down. My eyes were drawn to the closed play. It was only a book, but it seemed to suck the air out of the room. I felt cold, confused, scared. Trixie, I finished reading it. It says so much. I can't. You need to read it for yourself to understand. It's just so... I can't explain. My head is a maelstrom. But Trixie, my point is... I'm in this play. Or, I mean, I can tell it's supposed to be me. Trixie, I'm the heir to the broken throne. Again, I'm a hyena shopkeeper, but... Oz, hello, how are you doing? I'm the heir to Carcosa. I was dumbstruck. What was Nikita on about? She was a character in some old play, the heir to a fictional city. It was madness. Thank you, Cassidy. Nikita, I think you need to sleep. You're not making any sense. How about you wait here and Trixie, you are not going to get me sectioned? Don't you dare accuse me of being sick or mad, or we both know I'm smarter than you, so shut up and listen to me. Her eyes bore into me with genuine malice. She was scaring me. Stay gulping. Those were the days they were. So, whenever I am in this situation, I tend to just let them go. You know, it's not like she's gonna calm down if I force her. Okay, okay. I'm sorry, Nikita, I'll listen. She stood up, pacing for a moment, the book still in her hands. Eventually, she stood over me, trying to look tall. Trying to look tall. I'm still so shocked that she's taller than Trixie. If you really are the heir to the broken throne, don't let me stop you. Really? You're the heir to Carcosa? That's pretty cool. That's cool. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Sorry that happened to you. Anyway, I really gotta finish my report. I leant back a little, hoping if she got what she wanted, she would calm down a little. I'm the heir to Carcosa, Trixie. At first, I didn't believe, but all the signs are there. I've got this. I've had it since I was born. She pointed at the white freckles on her face. You're a deer! You recognize them, right? The Hyades, the constellation, the eternal prison of Carcosa. I gazed at Nikita's face. It was hard to be sure, but her markings were definitely familiar. I'd seen them before, in my vision of Carcosa, that night in my dreams. I see it. This is where Carcosa broke Trixie. How a bummer. Honey, your pattern recognition is overacting again. I mean, it's hard to tell. I don't know much about stars. That seemed to placate Nikita somewhat. But she still seemed pretty unhappy with my lack of certainty. Look, Trixie, just read the play. It's not just the markings, there's so much. I noticed she didn't give any examples. Nikita dragged my desk over to the bed. It screeched across the floor, but I didn't want to stop her. She sat down next to me again and placed the king in yellow on the desk. Read, please. You'll understand. I looked down at the play. Ever since I first laid eyes on it, the book had been in the back of my head. I wanted to read it. I carefully reached out and ran my hand across the cover. Hold. Open it, Trixie. We don't have forever. I opened the king in yellow as the only option. A lot of time passed. Initially, I was disinterested. Nikita had obviously been skimping on sleep. A play written over a century ago did not reference her. It could not. Strangely, I remember little to nothing of the play's contents. It seemed to pass through my mind like wind. But while I remember little, in my mind I still see the black stars hanging in the sky, the rolling clouds breaking against the dread galleys of the Imperial Navy, and the terrible remains of the broken throne. When Nikita saw me finish Act 1, she spoke for the first time since we had opened the play. Do you see it yet? Do you see it? Do you see me? No, Nikita. There's never even any mention of an heir, or you, or anything. It's just... Oh, geez, I don't even know how to describe it. What is this? What are you saying? You can't see me? Can't you read? Give me back... She wrestled me for the book. My desk toppled over in the struggle. Why was I tussling with Nikita over this book? I didn't want to read more. I wanted out. Banana! Did you see it? Ah! Hi, how are you doing? The only thing you know about the King in Yellow was watching the Game Grumps play the Lovecraft Monster dating game. That is... Parsnip was my first introduction to the King in Yellow as a concept. And then that. And then the King in Yellow as a dateable lady in what is it, Suckers for Love? I let go. The second Nikita saw my grip loosen, she shoved me. I felt the tome slip away into her hands as I tumbled to the floor. As I fell through the air, I caught a glimpse of the first line of the second act. In that moment, I saw only a blur of ink scrawled onto a yellowed page. I'm not even sure I truly read it, but it left an imprint on my mind nevertheless. More than anything else that happened the next few days, no matter how bad it got, nothing compared to this. If I could destroy all memories of this year, my new friends, my education, even my transition, I would. For the opening to the second act of The King in Yellow was terrible, unlike anything imaginable. I hit the ground with a thud, my head spun and my vision blurred. A feeling of dread, the likes of which I had never known, hit me like a gunshot. My head felt light, and as I raised my hands to indicate my shook, I was about to faint. What I read in that book stays with me even to this day, and I have no intention to repeat it here, lest rereading it bring me new, more terrible insight. That line changed everything. It was right. Broken Throne belonged to her. You believe me now, don't you, Trixie? Never doubt me again. I saw Nikita grab a sharp knife off my desk. This is even $5. She's about to stab me over touching a book too long. It wasn't super sharp, but I had no intention of finding out whether it could cut skin, and shuffled across the floor away from Nikita. I have the $5. Now get out. Get out of here. This is my room. I never should have let you read this. You don't deserve it. But this is my room. A small semblance of normality returned to Nikita's face. She seemed to have snapped out of her fury. I needed to use this chance to calm her down. I do not want to bring up a power grab in the school. Try to distract her with my coursework. Oh. You shouldn't be worried about this. You should be doing work for me. I told Nikita I was wrong and tried to calm her down. That's the most accurate. Broke down and cried? Well, it's worked for me before. I'm gonna tell Nikita I was wrong and tried to calm her down. The last one. Nikita, I was wrong. Breaking down and crying is always there for you when you need it. It's a nice cathartic release. Please, just put away the weapon and calm down. You're scaring me. It was too late. Nikita seemed convinced I was her enemy. She glared at me, her eyes filled with anger matched only by the cloud waves of folly. You saw my calling inked into that page, Trixie. Whether you want to admit it or not, you know, have always known where I was headed. To Carcosa, to the Broken Throne. My head hurt at the mention of the Forsaken City. Surely Nikita couldn't truly intend to sit upon its throne. Look, Trixie, you had your chance to join me as my underling. But it's clear the decay of this world, its silly parties and fun have ruined you. You could have shined as bright as the twin suns. Disappointing. She took off, running from my room with the play under her weapon. Or with the play and her weapon. I was left alone on the floor, a trembling mess. I scrambled for the door and managed to lock it, my heart thudding in my chest as my mind tossed and turned like the dread fleet at anchor. I should have been more worried about Nikita. She was clearly a danger to herself and others. There's literally 2 stars. But all I could think about was the King in Yellow. I only remember parts of the night that followed. My mind raced almost nonstop. Every now and again, I'd fall asleep only to wake up elsewhere in my room. Every now? Now. And again? That's crazy. On one occasion, I woke up in the middle of the university's courtyard, alone and cold, but thankfully clothed. How I'd gotten through the security on the front desk, I don't know. At some point, my phone buzzed. Nikita was messaging me. Why didn't you believe me, Trixie? You had your chance to serve me at the foot of the Broken Throne and rule the city of decay. Why did you have to ruin it? The king's tattered hand will guide me, and me alone through the path you made for me you made for me. The twin skulls will guide me to the twin suns, the night that never ends, under the pale moon, under the black stars, under the bleeding sky. Yellow Nikita is you when you hear an album that alters your brain chemistry for like 3 months. Minus the knife. Okay, minus the knife is a very good shift. This is what I was meant to be. This is what I was meant to be always. I was meant to be the ruler I was meant to be. Do not be scared, Trixie. You know this, right? You know this is the way things are supposed to be. You know I am kind. I will not allow the king to harm... I will not allow the king to harm you when the gate opens. I promise. Okay. It continued in that manner for a long time, maybe hundreds of messages from Nikita, all completely incomprehensible. Zero punctuation. Random capitalization. They shouldn't have made altering your brain chemistry so appealing. I know, but it's so fun. She was literally about to stab you, but now she won't let harm come to you. No, she specifically won't let the king harm me when the gate opens. Her stabbing me is still on the table. She seemed set on sitting upon the broken throne underneath the rotten spire of Carcosa. Nikita had a weapon. She was unstable. I thought about how she had spoken earlier that night. It scared me. I needed help, but who would believe me? I couldn't burden Greg with it. They already had their bakery's issues to contend with, and, well, to be honest, they didn't seem like the type who could handle serious danger like this. I would not call Greg, the adorable sugar glider baker who I just met, about my dangerous, not even roommate, just like dorm neighbor. There was the police. I didn't like them, but maybe they were my only hope. Our options are the police or nothing. It's probably fine. From the way they were talking about, this doesn't seem like the first time someone's found and used the book. It's true. It may be a factor in Parsnip. This whole universe seems optimally primed to deal with the Eldritch problem. You know? Maybe I should let someone know about this. We should probably call the police this time. No, I had to try. I dialed the police. Hey, I'd like to report a dangerous deer at my university. Don't tell them about the book. No, no, no. Wait, who is this? I checked the number. It was definitely the police. So why were they whispering? I strained my ears, trying to pick out the words. But all I could hear was faint murmuring. Hey, look, I'm trying to report an incident, so shut up. I know you guys are a bunch of homophobic bootlickers, but at least try to do your job right, okay? Hello? For fuck's sake. More murmuring. At first I thought my attempt at a feminine voice was being mocked. But then I heard the word Carcosa and my blood chilled. The police were compromised. I disconnected the call. This was hopeless. Nikita had somehow gotten the police in on this against me. I gave up. This was my problem to deal with alone. The most distinct, terrifying moment I recall was maybe 4 a.m. Your friend was brandishing a knife and acting different. Yeah. Or you're just suffering. I mean, this game does have a hidden sanity system in it. But I think we've played pretty low exposure to horrific content so far. I think most of our exposure has been required. If you were crazy, you would still be rational. I know you would. You're so with it. I was laying awake when I noticed a figure stood at my door, tall, robed, and stood perfectly still. Yeah. Yeah, that happens to me all the time, too. I still jump at the hat rack by the door. You just notice the pale yellow hoodie on the door. It's always been there. At least since we came back to it today. Tall robe stood perfectly still. I held my breath and shut my eyes. I don't know how long they were shut, but eventually I opened them again. My breathing was ragged as I focused. There was no one there. I, of course, realized in the morning I was freaking out over my dressing gown. Oh, it's just my old dressing gown. No harm done. There was certainly more of gravy than of grave about that night. Eventually, I managed some small amount of restful sleep, an hour or two at most. When I awoke, I could remember what happened with Nikita all too well. I could remember reading The King in Yellow. But after that, nothing. Parts of it seemed to be a dream or my imagination or something worse. There's no wall between reality and madness. I couldn't trust anything. But I knew Nikita was dangerous. I knew she was headed to the Broken Throne. Quite what that meant, I didn't know, but I had to stop her. If Nikita unlocked the white gate of Holly and walked through, what could walk back out? Despite my fatigue, I somehow remembered that I needed to change my estrogen patch today. Is that what's on her ear? Desperate to retain some degree of normalcy, I decided to get on top of that. I'd been skimping on my anti-androgen tablets too. No wonder I was a mess. My hormones were all over the place. Yo, mine too. I downed one, hoping to keep my testosterone in check. With dark thoughts still swirling in my head, I managed to stagger over to my bathroom mirror.
Yosh.
Thank you, Isa. As usual, the edges of my patch were coated in gray gunk. Gross. I peeled the sticky patch off. That was the worst. I hated it, and also, it didn't absorb well. The gel was better. The pills, I'm still working on that. I'm gonna need to talk to my doctor about that one. Lots of blood flow in mouse ears. It's true. It's literally the best spot for it, but it sucks that everyone sees it because it's true what she's saying. Like, it's clear, but just so much grime gets in there, and it looks really gross. I'm glad that I've got non-furred patches, so I could just stick it. Well, you know, when there was fur. And as usual, I looked like shit. I needed a hot shower. It would wash away the storm of thoughts in my mind, along with the gross eye gunk in my face. Hot water made me feel a lot better. It was nice to just curl up and rest for a while. After the shower, I slapped a new patch on my ear. I meant to put them below the waist, but I don't want to shave an area for it, so... I'm assuming I'll be fine. I haven't died yet. I gotten a text from Cops, the local pizza takeaway. Apparently they are blacklisting me for prank calling them. She literally searched the word cops and went with the first result. I blinked, bemused. I had no idea what it was about. Had Nikita framed me, she seemed a little beyond sabotaging my pizza reputation when she was waving a weapon at me. I figured it was a mistake and left it. Their pizza was overpriced anyway. By the time I was ready to face the world, it was already pretty late. I need to do something. After last night, the last thing I wanted was to be trapped inside with my mind all day. It's like the opposite of that story about dialing emergency services and saying, hey, I want to order a pizza. To be fair, they probably told her that they had the wrong number. But she was not in a headspace to hear that. Her ears were full of something else. I needed to do something. After last night, the last thing I wanted was to be trapped inside with my mind all day. I was thinking about seeing how Greg was doing when my phone buzzed. It was Greg. Convenient. Greg the baker. Hey, Trixie. I was wondering if you wanted to come help me with that thing I asked about yesterday. Oh, I could, I guess. You okay, Trixie? You sound sad. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just tired is all. Maybe I'm having a classic HRT mood swing, haha. I'll come over soon, okay? Okay, I hope you feel better soon. Don't push yourself. But also, please come, because I need you. I almost forgotten about my discussion with Greg. I was already feeling weird about the whole meddling with strange entities stuff they had going on. And after last night, I just wanted to stop Greg making any mistakes. If the King in Yellow was real, Carcosa, the Broken Throne, I didn't need another unspeakable terror in my life. I shook my head. It'll probably be fine. I talked them out of it. Please come, I need you. That's a completely normal thing to say. Greg was making cakes as usual. Hi Trixie, nice to see you. Feeling any better? Oh yeah, I'm feeling fine. I just had a late night is all. It was half true. I didn't really want to go into the crap with Nikita right now, much less the King in Yellow. No, today was going to be a relaxing day of helping out Greg. I could worry about Carcosa later. It's a relaxing day of contacting an ancient god of feast. Harvest? I don't know. It would reasonably be harvest or hunt. But Greg wants pastry. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to provide that. So you want me to help with something, right? Like research? Haha, no, not research. I got some stuff sorted out last night already. I totally arranged a meeting with someone selling a copy of that book I need right here in town. We're meeting tonight. Oh, cool. So, like, you're buying it and want me to help you read it? I was thinking more you help me steal it. I think Greg saw the look on my face and scrambled to keep me on board. Unfortunately, they succeeded. Hey! It's for a good cause, right? I can't afford it. I need it to save my bakery. I would do anything for you, Greg. I would commit so many crimes for you. And besides, like, maybe it's a fake. They might just be a scam artist. We'd just be beating them at their own game. Where you thought the plot was going, you were completely wrong. I see. I don't know, Greg. Sounds like a crime. A criminal act. We'd be criminals, Greg. Crime doers. But this might be my only chance to save the bakery. This person, apparently they're rich, if that makes any difference. I'm sorry, I love this little creature convincing me to crime. I thought Greg was a phantom thief, stealing treasure and selling it to Heidi. That's so sick. That's awesome. Okay, so my headcanon for Heidi currently. I think she's getting this from, like, maybe a family estate or something. And that's why her D&D book was in there. Like, maybe she was really into that stuff as a teenager. And maybe her parents, too. Maybe, like, other relatives. And she's inherited it. She saw, like, her parents or other extended family go off the deep end over it. And that's why she's rejected it so hard now. Oh, huh? I mean, if they're rich and hoarding haunted books, and you're poor and need haunted books, I guess that means ethically we have to rob them, right? Like that old story where the fox stole money from the rich and gave it to the poor or whatever. She could put it, like, up here, right? It is very cute here, but also it definitely gets grimy. That's not an outline. That's the smear of gunk and lint. Okay, to be fair, mine probably got so grimy because I did put them on my thigh, and they were getting like lint. Did Got Ye's producer make this music? That wasn't Disney's Robin Hood reference. It was! For some reason, I knew it was Robin Hood, saw Fox, and didn't make that connection. Even being... But I did mean to... Oh, okay, now I know who that is. Exactly like that. Those haunted books belong to everyone, and I need one to save my bakery. And maybe in the future, we can make it up to them. So, you in? Unfortunately, I said yes. We spent most of the day running the bakery like normal, but after we closed up for the day, we got down to our dirty, dirty crime. I love washing up after the day. You know, unwinding, getting down to some dirty, dirty crime. Okay, so you know the plan, right? When I say the trigger phrase, Tango October Dusk, you leap out and push the schmuck over. That okay? It wasn't a very subtle trigger phrase. The trouble with a subtle trigger phrase is the other person does need to know you're doing it. They need to hear your intent behind it. And also, the more subtle it is, the more likely it can just come up in conversation, which can cause confusion. So you gotta be really selective. Curious to see how Greg might deftly weave it into the conversation.
Yosh.
Aw, thank you, Isa. Now, when you push them, you gotta make sure it's a good push. You need to grab that book and run. Apparently, they're trained in some kind of dual-wielding, weapon-based martial art. And I don't want to find out about that firsthand. Greg attempted a reassuring smile, but I was not reassured. Oh yeah, I made us some disguises too. Greg ran into the storeroom. Surprise! It's me, Greg! Dual? Cursed artifact? Yugi? Oh, that's a dual wielder. A dual disc wielder. Hope I didn't scare you with the spooky face I drew. They tossed a second box over to me. A box? Yeah, of course. They weren't packing up, like, to move, like I thought. The boxes were for disguises. We don't want to be recognized, right? They might seek revenge. Why did I hear, like, a knife noise? I tried on my disguise. They would definitely cover our faces, but they weren't particularly impressive. Right, so you know the plan, don't you? I hide with the disguise on. I sighed. I hide behind some bins with a box on my head, then you say a trigger phrase, and I leap out and push over the bookseller. In confusion, you grab the book and we run away. What's the trigger phrase? Tango October Dusk. Yeah, I knew that. Greg bit their lip. They didn't seem entirely convinced. I pulled up the box. It'll be fine, Greg, I promise. But, can I make some changes to my box? Me and Greg got into position at the meeting spot, the alleyway next to Pound Town. I didn't expect Greg to take me to Pound Town. You really need that Greg spinoff now? But Trixie's so weak. That's true. I forgot. She's so weak and feeble. She can't even pull a plank off a boarded up cottage. Oh my gosh. Okay, before we commit a crime, I literally have to take a break to get some ads out of the way. I have to, or else it's gonna come up at an even worse time. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. I'll see you very soon. Arcade Spirits doesn't have a FurCon, but I can't wait to play it with you. I would love to play Arcade Spirits with you. Pounds are a respectable currency. They are. Wait, is Pound Town like a thrift shop? Okay, to be honest, for some reason I was thinking like pound cake. A square for 2 bits? A bit for a dozen? A bit for a barrel? Okay. I'll be right back. See you in just a few. Welcome back. Greg just took us to Pound Town and we're about to commit crimes. Welcome back, Isa. A figure appeared at the end of the alleyway, as if by magic. Welcome back, Cassidy. Welcome back, Hero. They slowly approached us. I kept my head down behind the bins. Oh no! Delilah Moonbeam, keeper of cosmic secrets. What are we supposed to do about her? The daylight shroud dissipates and I arrive here through the moonlight. Delilah Moonbeam, keeper of the cosmic secret. Delilah Moonbeam, keeper of the cosmic secrets, froze as they realized as they raised their hooded face to Greg. Wait, is that? Delilah shook their head, dismissing whatever they were thinking. Whoops. I mean, wait. Is that definitely the person searching for the lost book of Darkest Dread? Of course. So you have it? Of course, I could not have forgotten it. I'm a servant of the moon itself, here to grace you with terrible gifts. Excellent. This deal should go down smoothly then, my friend. This deal should go down smoothly then, my friend. Was that your trigger phrase? It didn't sound like one, but the irony of launching our crime with it would be pretty funny. Delilah would probably laugh about it later. Was Greg into irony? I wasn't sure. You stayed hiding. That's not the trigger phrase. No, that wasn't it. The actual phrase was way crummier. I could distinctly remember rolling my eyes when Greg first mentioned it. The payment, then. You have it? The Moonlight Man demands it. Are you the Moonlight Man? Haha, well, the octagon strikes at dawn, right? That also wasn't it! Was that the phrase? It sounded weird enough to be it, and it did have the word strike in it. I stayed hiding. No, I knew it wasn't, and kept hidden. Honestly, they could have also forgotten the phrase. Oh, sorry, it's from a cartoon. I thought you were referencing it. Moonlight Man is much less menacing than Delilah Moonbeam, keeper of the cosmic secrets. There's an awkward pause. Like, are you going to give me the money now, or... Yeah. It's a veritable old Tango October Dusk. That's it. That's the trigger phrase. What? What does that even mean? We leapt out and pushed the schmuck over. Oh, there she is! I leapt from the bins. Delilah yelled, but before they could turn to face me, Greg jumped at them, creating a short distraction while I knocked into them, pushing them forward. Fingies! Their mask fell to the ground, but seemed undamaged. Delilah seemed to realize their face was exposed, but Greg was already lunging for the book. Delilah dropped it and pulled their cloak over their face, keeping their identity shadowed by the night. They ran and quickly disappeared from view. Wow, that went pretty well. Nice job. I should have known keeping their secret identity would be more important than the book. Good thinking. Oh yeah, no, that was intentional. I totally owned them. Hadn't been intentional, but Greg seemed impressed. We better get going, Trixie. I don't want to hang around here any longer. Oh yeah, let's go. Before I could run, something stopped me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Delilah's strange mask lying on the dirty alley floor. Shakily, I looked around. Delilah Moonbeam was nowhere to be seen. The mask seemed to stare at me through its single empty eye socket. Memories of a masquerade in the Imperial Palace filled my mind. I shuddered. Was I really considering taking this strange thing? We leave the mask. It didn't look important enough to take. In fact, it looked pretty cheap and uncomfortable. Besides, I felt pretty bad for making them lose it and figured they might come back and try to find it. You'd be so good at surviving a horror movie. I have one fatal flaw, and it's that I read any text placed in front of me, often out loud. There's mysterious text on the wall, exactly. Or a book. I'm less inclined to steal mysterious artifacts and bring them into my house unless they're books. If there's a cursed mask, you need to put it on. Them's the rules. If it's the rules. Felt pretty bad for making them lose it and figured they might come back and try to find it. I left it there as a small apology for them if they did. We hurried through the streets, eventually reaching the bakery where we could pull our disguises off and catch our breath. Hey, Greg. I feel kind of shitty. We just committed a really mean crime. Hey, no, Trixie, don't worry. It's better I have the book for a good reason than some bad guy getting hold of it, right? Delilah Moonbeam, Keeper of Cosmic Secrets, seemed pretty chill. I think Delilah Moonbeam, Keeper of Cosmic Secrets, should probably possess all of these artifacts and keep them in, like, the right hands. I'm not sure I trust that Moonlight Man, though. That's fair. Delilah will be fine. We just spooked them a little. And you saw how much money they were asking for. They're obviously super rich, right? I guess. I didn't actually see how much money they were asking for. As long as it's to save the bakery. Of course. I'm sorry for making you feel bad. No, it's okay. I always feel guilty. Even over silly things like being called Trixie. Oh my gosh, no. I sighed. Let's not get into that. Oh, well, thank you for your help, Trixie. I won't let you down. I promise. Greg reached her arms out, offering me a hug. We accept the hug. Let Greg hug me. I think I forgot to actually hug them back. I guess I need more practice. Thanks, Trixie. Yep. That sure was a hug, all right. Greg seemed amused by my awkwardness. Right. I have a book to read. I need some coffee. Greg flicked through the book, their eyes flitting back and forth for the passage they needed. Between every page, they took another big sip of mocha. They must have refilled their cup about 8 times in less than half an hour. I feel that. My stomach felt uneasy. I felt bad about robbery and even worse about Greg's plan. I knew they meant well, but in my mind, I had seen the black stars hung in the Hades, the white gate to the cosmos, the dread galleys of the imperial slavers. Yeah, I forgot we were supposed to talk them out of this. They're so cute. I knew there were things that shouldn't be meddled with. I shook my head. There was nothing to worry about. The book was probably a dud, a silly old storybook from a more superstitious time. I would soon learn this hope was in vain. I found it. Calleth forth to thy harvest queen. The charisma is way too high. It's like a spell or something. Awesome. This is such a cool book. I wanted to be glad for Greg. They seemed to be enjoying the book, but I still felt uneasy about this. Oh, Greg. They were so excited they didn't seem to notice I wasn't too keen on this. Greg is lovely, but easily distracted. Honestly, this seems the most banana individual. It seems pretty simple. We just need to get some food we want, an effigy to the antlered tree, and then just a drop of, a hair. I mean, we have all those except the effigy. I mean, we could take one out of, like, or we could make one out of, like, marzipan or something, right? Like you do for wedding cakes? Oh, we could go to North Acres and steal one. They probably have loads. Wait, what? Steal? Greg, didn't you hear me? We can make one. I guess, yeah. I mean, I kind of wanted to go steal one. Greg, are you okay? Did robbing Delilah put you in some kind of blood craze or something? What's with all the petty theft? Told Greg I didn't want to commit any more thefts and I would stay here and read the book while they committed their crimes. Went with Greg and committed petty theft, accepting myself as the twisted criminal I am. I'm gonna try to convince Greg to stay and make a marzipan effigy. It's an even sweeter offering to a god. Come on, you could totally make a kick-ass effigy out of your marzipan. No need to go all the way to North Acres, right? Yeah, I guess maybe, but I kind of want to drive really fast all the way to North Acres and steal one. It'd be fun, right? Greg was seriously hyped up on caffeine and sugar, even by their standards. They look like they might actually explode if they didn't go outside and commit a pointless petty theft. It's pretty weird, to be honest. Okay, whatever, Greg, if it makes you happy. They're all rich over there anyway, so it's basically a victimless crime, right? Yeah, sure, let's go. Uh, we can't afford to go and commit more crimes. We'll stay behind anyway and read the book, even though that's also a terrible idea. I kind of get travel sick and it's pretty late, so maybe you can go and I'll wait for you here. Yeah, okay, I can drive faster by myself. Less weight, no offense. Before I could respond, they grabbed their keys and donned their box and sped away in their van. You'd buy me for 2 bits, huh? What? You don't have to. I'm already yours. Uh-oh. You're okay. Because you're a square? No! Here, let me see.
Yosh.
Is there actually more? There is more music. I've been robbing everyone of the quieter music bits. I love you too, Isa. Hope they're okay. Oh well, while Greg's off committing caffeine-fueled minor crimes, I may as well read this creepy book. I don't know, is this music? It's more ambience. The book was pretty huge. I just read the part about the spell Greg wanted to cast. Notes of Ilaria Divinanabur on the Strange Things of the World, 1789. Calleth forth to thy harvest queen. Listen here, all ye whomst hunger, for here beeth the spell that will aid thee in thy struggle. The mother of meats, Our Lady, thy antlered tree, shall hear ye when thee perform thy ritual. Thy hungers be healed in her name, mother of meat. First ye needeth thine effigy, thine graven image of thy mother. It's the music of life, strange undulations. Though in truth she taketh the form of 1,000 writhing ropes pitted with teeth, and looketh out into the world through 100 eyes, thy form she showeth to us mortals is that of an ancient deer, talleth and slender. A bush of horns resideth at her head. Create ye this image in thy hands, and place it in thy stove or fire. Into the fire throweth thy food of thy choice, for this is what shall be provided for thee. For 3? Even? Okay. So we put it in and then put, like, dough. I thought our blood division was going to come true and it was all going to be meat pastries from here on out. 1 food for 3, not a bad deal, it's true. And into thy fire throweth thine blood, as little as 1 drop, for this is thy mother's toll. Allow now the effigy to burn with the food and thy offering. in time thy gift shall come. They told me hair. A drop of blood isn't a huge deal. I don't know why they changed to hair. That sounded a lot more ominous than Greg had let on. They hadn't mentioned the freaking blood sacrifice. It's just a drop. That's nothing for a blood sacrifice. I decided to close the book. Part of me wanted to read more, but I knew in my current state memories of the King in Yellow still etched into my mind. This book was best left alone. It wasn't long until Greg returned with their stolen effigy. I'm back! I have the effigy! I stole it! I stole it from a church! This is it! This is the screenshot. Oh, nice work, Greg. Albeit entirely unnecessary. Mother of meat. Creven Sicilian pizza? No. Creven Sicilian. Greg is so excited. I want Greg to commit all the crimes they want. Greg was double-checking the book, I guess making sure we had everything. Those meanies at Crowbar Inc. will feel so silly for doubting. Me, Greg. Greg seemed to be crashing. Unsurprising, given the amount of extra sweet mocha they drank. This Greg is so Greg-coded. They are. I took another look at the effigy. It was an elongated prehistoric deer skull carved from wood. Strips of dark fabric hung underneath it, and a confused mess of twigs stuck out from the skull. It was unsettling. Something about it felt deeply wrong. As if something evil looked out at me through its empty eye sockets. I shook it off. There are worse things out there than silly skull puppets. Awesome, cool, They yawn squeakily. Oh my gosh, they do little puppy yawns. Clearly they are about to pass out. They gave you all. This Greg is so Christmas in July. They are. We got everything we need. So maybe let's wait till tomorrow, or... Greg fell asleep. Poor thing. That was a perfect impression. Thank you. Good night, Greg. I left them a note so they'd know I wasn't kidnapped. I managed to get a taxi back to my place. That night I dreamt of the basement on Daffodil Lane. I was crumpled on the floor, blood stained the fur on my side and covered my hands. Through blurry eyes I could make out Nikita. She was saying something to me, but her voice was too muffled and distorted to make out. I wouldn't want to make out with her anyway. She seemed smug, so no change there. After a seemingly endless monologue, she threw her hands skywards, and with a flash of white light and a splash of cold cloud spray, a white gate opened at the far end of the room. The white gate to Carcosa. I shivered as the chill rolled off of Lake Holly. After giving me a last pitiful look, Nikita stepped through the gate, leaving me alone in the cold basement. For a moment, nothing happened. Strange calm came over me. This wonderful solitude was cut short. For from the white gate emerged the cloaked visage of the King in Yellow. Their tattered rags billowed in the increasing wind, floating like the tentacles of some terrible deep-sea creature. They stared ahead before peering down at me with a slow turn of their head. Looking right at me, right into me. I blacked out, and when I awoke, I found myself elsewhere. Me and Greg were running through a dark forest. We seemed desperate to escape something. I tried to yell, "Why are we running?" to Greg, but my voice was muffled and quiet. I glanced over my shoulder and regretted it. Towering above us, some distance away, was a dark figure as tall as the trees surrounding us. An elongating skull peered down at us with empty sockets, a bush of tangled thorns piercing the dark sky. The antlered tree. Black mist emanated from it and crawled through the trees towards us with frightening speed. I yelled in fear and turned away. At least now I knew why me and Greg were running. Greg shouted, falling over a discarded coffee cup stuck in the dirt. I spun around to make sure they were okay, but Greg was pulled into the black mist and disappeared with a shriek. Not wanting to look, I turned back. The bakery's door was still far in the distance. My foot caught a root and I tripped, black mist devouring me. I plunged back into consciousness and awoke, screaming and shaking. You can't take Hastur seriously anymore after your six-saber arm monkey bard of divine lexicology tore him asunder using the power of names and other eldritch power. Pretty sick. My eyes darted around my room. I was alone. Everything was as it should be. I was as exhausted as ever, as was my life now. After last night's dream, I was more intent than ever to simply let my problems slip from my mind. I thought I'd better check on Greg. Maybe they would want to perform their fucked up ritual today. His name was Bob, new god of names. I know Bob. I love names. Okay, so now that it's less undulating ambient music, is this acceptable music level? A bit loud. Just a hair? Just a drop? I thought I'd better check on Greg. Maybe they'd want to perform their fucked up ritual today. After that dream, I was even more uneasy about the situation. That's good. Did I actually save it? Sorry, the levels looked high. They didn't message back for a while. Sugar, too much sugar. Sugar hand over. Staying in bed. Oh no, have a nice rest. Poor Greg, all those mochas last night must have come back with a vengeance. Still quite audible, your voice is coming over it just fine. Good. I sighed, with nothing to distract me, there was nothing else for it. I'd have to face up to Nikita. No you don't! Hunker down, do your report. Bother not the fucked up deer. Right on cue, there was a knock at my door. Trixie, Glimmer, Smith, open up. I gulped, just what I needed. She was knocking pretty loud. Maybe she was planning to break in and kill me with whatever weapon she'd gotten a hold of today. I knew the knocking would attract unwanted attention if it continued. I couldn't bring more people into this mess. Nikita was my problem to deal with. No. You're under no obligation to let her in. I opened the door, accepting my fate. Trixie, have you seen my cardigan anywhere? As much as I loathe to admit it. You've been to Daffodil Lane, haven't you, Nikita? I could tell she had. She kept sniffing as if she was dealing with some allergies. Something seemed to click in her, as if she only just remembered what she'd been doing all night. Had she totally forgotten about our fight? Well, you might think that, but I couldn't possibly comment. You think you're pretty smart, don't you, Trixie? But no, I wasn't there, idiot. Look, Nikita, I'm going to stop you. I won't let you hurt yourself, and more importantly, possibly me. Oh, Trixie, you're far too late for that. I already have the exact position of the intersection between our world and the White Gate. The book Reaching Other Worlds was most illuminating. You stuffed a mouse inside a bell to dampen the sound when the tripwire activates it, so the groundskeeper isn't alerted when you steal the graveyard earth, so you can make a homunculus to send inside a bear to get the rat the bear ate after it ran off with the last part of the airship blueprint. Good job. And then you helped the mouse, right? I'm worried about you. Average point-and-click adventure game puzzle. How long until we start making games about forbidden, messed up point-and-click adventure games that do this to you? When are we gonna have people going like, no, I saw it. I'm the heir to the Threepwood estate. You need to stop reading the Yellow King. The midpoint between the 3 standing stones in this county. A cottage on Daffodil Lane. I need only bide my time and wait, and then the throne will be mine. Wait for silence, wretch! I've already said too much. Suffice to say, my ideals have been vindicated. While you gawped at ghost hentai, I studied in the library. Your fate is of your own making, Trixie. Maybe you should just accept that I've won. I will sit on the throne, not you. But I don't want to sit on the throne? Nikita, you're not making sense. Silence! I never call you wench? You want me to call you wench or wretch? I don't want to call you either. You're so beautiful. Ghost poster on the wall. Silence, silence, silence. You've read what I have. You know what I speak is gospel. And the throne is mine. Both? She took off, running back to wherever she came from. Not being hugely athletic, she seemed to run out of breath before the end of the hallway, where she slinked off, panting. At least this had confirmed it. Nikita had a plan. I signed, realizing it was up to me to stop her. What was it Nikita had said about Daffodil Lane? It sat in the midpoint of the 3 standing stones? Is that true? It didn't sound at all right. I checked the map on my wall. The center point of the 3 standing stones was nowhere near Daffodil Lane. Heck, Daffodil Lane didn't even fall into the area between them. The midpoint was the lake. Surely someone as smart as Nikita should know that? She was bluffing. She must have been, or maybe she meant some other standing stones. I didn't bother considering that she might be wrong. She wasn't. She was Nikita. She was smarter than me. She knew what she was talking about. All I could do was try to keep up with her, or give up. I didn't have long. Nikita had said herself that all she needed to do was wait, and wait in what? I realized I had no idea what she planned to do with this information. She had mentioned the library. Of course, Nikita was always in the library, so that was no surprise. Perhaps there was a way to stop her, hidden in its thousands of books. It might be my only chance. I had to read books. I rushed straight to the library. There was no time to lose. It always shut early on a weekend. I quickly went through the shelves I thought might be relevant. Myths, local history, literature. I wanted to find the book Nikita had mentioned, Reaching Other Worlds. I never heard of it before, but it sounded like it would be of use to me too. Lakes do be Cthulhuing and whatnot all over the place. They do. Go gawp at the ghosts in the library. It's your only hope. Reaching Other World was Nikita's aim, after all. I was worried Nikita might have the only copy, but fortunately I was able to find it. I added it to the substantial collection I'd acquired during my search. I dropped my collection down on a secluded desk. Half of this stuff didn't seem all that relevant, but it was better to be thorough. I thought I better skim the books and work out which I had time for before I actually started reading. I wouldn't have time for all of them. Check the clock. There was about 6 hours left until the librarians would kick me out. I took a look at... Okay. So Reaching Other Worlds was the one Nikita had read. And it's probably the most important because, correct or not, it's informed what she plans to do. Wilhelm Notes was also mentioned. None of these other ones were mentioned in connection to the King in Yellow, except for Cryptids of the South, which might help us with Greg, maybe. I want to save. We'll start with Reaching Other Worlds. Thank you for the boop, Isa. Reaching Other Worlds seemed to be based on Dark Age grimoire written by a bird scholar at the tail end of the age. Nikita seems set on reaching Carcosa. I thought this might help me understand if that was possible or how she planned on achieving it. Now you're visual noveling! Is this it? Is this how you visual novel? You just found out about flying koalas? Wait, they fly now? It was short and would only take an hour to read. I read it. Reaching other worlds. Endless worlds weave and twist through reality, unreality, and the forbidden places between. You mean drop bears? The ends aren't about making choices, they're about saving before every potential branch. It's true. Better known as the Greater Glider, they're so great. Are we talking a big Greg? Only at the points where these strings draw close can one pass through to the other side. A powerful psychic beacon is required to pull the two worlds taut and intertwine them for long enough for a crossing. Bleakwind Spire is said to be the brightest of these beacons, at least on our world, but in its current ruined state is useless. The carrion crows of the Black Wood of Brennenburg use their own natural psychic influence to shield themselves from the horrors of the Brennenburg succession wars. For the Planewalkers of Abineth, the ancient times powerful psychic crystals were most commonly used in pairs. Singularly, they could bind the worlds, but when paired, they would nullify each other, preventing others from traveling to or from the area. It is said this is how the Court of Despair remained hidden forever in their Cathedral of Teeth. There's a series where this is basically the mechanic. Saving before each branch. A really good visual novel has you make choices at the beginning of the game that make finding certain branches much easier and harder. You just shut up and enjoy the story until you play it again. I have talked about my weird feelings about playing visual novels overly much, but I don't know, I just might. I feel like I take a lot of breaks and just kind of ramble incoherently enough, so that might be enough encouragement for people to actually just play and enjoy the game for themselves anyway. Scarlet Hollow, cough. Apparently native to eastern coast of Australia, these gliding marsupials are the size of a cat and can glide up to 100 meters in the air. That's incredible. Zero Escape, the nonary games. It's about finding every possible branch. PAC. I gasped. The librarian shushed me. How loudly did I gasp? I knew Nikita wanted to reach Carcosa, but I now realized quite how close she might be. All of these materials were easy to acquire except for the Psyker crystals, except one of, what's her name? Knight? Tracy Knight? She's missing it. She's missing her green spiral-aligned Psyker crystal. It went missing after Nikita threatened us with a knife. Looks like the tree outside your window. That's enough branches for you. Heard great things about the nonary games, but haven't played. 9 doors, 9 people, 9 gay dogs, or whatever it stands for. What is... Thinking of that? Having 9 gay dogs is easier than just one because they take care of each other. It's true. No, that was before. It was before she threatened us with a knife. It was definitely after she read The King in Yellow, though, and started freaking out about it. Played both Zero Escape games. There's 2 more called the Somnium Files, which are in the Zero Escape bundle. Don't know if they're related. AC. She messaged you about the crystal the night before the knife incident. I see. But now I knew where Tabby's missing crystal was. Oh. It was just gonna tell us. Nikita had taken it. I always assumed they were phony glass toys, but now... A second crystal would create dissonance with the first. If I could just get a hold of one, I could prevent Nikita's ritual from working. I began hurriedly messaging Tabby. Heard of Somnium Files? I am really enjoying, actually, playing this on stream, I might do more visual novels. Hey, Tabby, you there? Hey, Trix. Oh my gosh, she calls us Trix too. You got a spare Psycho Crystal. I have bad energies and it might help me. You don't need to end everything with a question mark. Yeah, though, you can borrow one. My energies are balanced right now, and the moon's eye is staying closed for a while, so I don't need to stop it watching me. I can slide it under your door if you want. I'm going out for a few days to stargaze on the Isle of Wight and talk to some sheep friends. Aww! The sheep are not sapient. Unless she's talking about woolies. It's a Spike Chunsoft game. That makes sense. I see. Isle of Wight, huh? You're still smart for figuring out before the game told you literally one frame. I'm smart because I remembered something from yesterday. Yes, please. Sorry, Tabby. I better get back to work. Thank you so much. Talk to you when you're back. Put my phone away without checking for a response. There's no time right now. But at least I was making some progress. Things didn't seem as hopeless. I checked the clock. There was about 5 hours left until the librarians would kick me out. Does that happen to be a lake isle? I trust Tabby. Tabby's in it. Tabby's responsible and with it and mystically intelligent. Okay, the other one that was mentioned, Wilhelm Notes. Collection of notes written by the infamous Grand Inquisitor Wilhelm, traitor to the Inquisition, and supposed author of the original transcript of The King in Yellow. It was a pretty poor translation, and the original text was near incomprehensible to begin with, so despite its short length, reading this would have about 3 hours. There's about 5 hours left until librarians. You often want a smoking tired emote, you know what I mean? I know exactly what you mean. Are emotes allowed to have drug use? I'm not sure. I know exactly what you mean. I want tired, and I want normal sleepy. Every time I wake up, I want to just use, like, a sleepy emote, and I never find any. I'd read Cryptids of the South before, but I thought it might be helpful. It wasn't a very long book, so it would probably only take an hour. I do want to read Cryptids of the South for Greg. Anything you know about Spike Chunsoft? Before they were together, Chunsoft made Otogiriso, which was like the first horror visual novel ever. It was? It was made by Koichi Nakamura, who also made Dragon Whoa. We'll read Cryptids of the South. Clayton Wimberly, the five-faced eye stabber. A five-faced squirrel with an eternally spinning head, he spits and screams from his many mouths as he tries to stab the left eye of his victim. The mask from earlier had a gem in the left eye. The right eye was empty. Though there have been no recorded victims of Clayton, one man claims to have been killed by him, but later recovered. True story? Could be. Despite this, many claim to have seen this scary figure. You better watch your back. Old Lady Whitetail, the ghost of a murdered maid killed by her lover. Her once beautiful orange and brown fur, now white from mourning her own death, she appears in the mirrors of naughty children to give them bad dreams. Often said to be seen in Southpot. Her haunted pantry is commonly voted the scariest place in the country, or in the county, not even the country. The Antlered Tree, here we go. A manifestation of an ancient god, the antlered tree is said to be a deer-like creature as tall as a pine tree, its head decorated with a bush of sharp antlers which pierce the sky. Often thought to be a bringer of prosperity and food in hard times, it is a popular figure for worship even now in some areas. The residents of North Acre in particular are known to hold secretive festivals dedicated to this mysterious figure. though rarely are outsiders able to glimpse these ceremonies. That's all we got. We might have wasted an hour. Mr. Sprungy. Mr. Sprungy is fucked up. We don't know what's going on with this guy. That's it. The quiet figures. Tales of shambling, tatty figures have been common throughout the history of the county. Do you think Mr. Sprungy might be a reference to Mr. Blobby? These figures are often said to be able to talk only in hushed whispers. Their fur and skin is always described as matted or rubbery, as if they were corpses. Probably not Mr. Blobby. Some fucked up cryptid. This book doesn't even know what's up with them. The reanimated dead? Who knows? Reports of these figures seem to often coincide with a disappearance, leading many to believe they might be possessed or reanimated bodies of those who go missing. The Furlock. Stalking travelers through the forest, the Furlock is said to be a primitive, immortal, prehistoric creature covered in long fur and with a big bushy tail. Some kind of wild mutant squirrel? Maybe. Dangerous? For sure. The Altered Beast. Rise from your grave. Supposedly living deep within the bowels of Standing Stone Burrow, the Altered Beast is said to have once been a rat who wished to experience new and horrific pleasures. Yo! That's me. Supposedly a hulking beast of sinew and bone, the beast's appearance is enough to transfix and terrify any who look upon it. Oh, what? First reported in 2002. The beast was... Ow! But why? The beast has supposedly been exiting the burrow by moving its heavy stone door with ease. A brief attempt was made to head into the burrow and discover the beast, but the party had to quit after realizing they had been exploring Fallen Stone Burrow 700 miles north by mistake. The Wilted Rose Water Snake. In the 90s, reports started to come in of a strange serpent living in the flooded Wilted Rose Quarry. A knee-changed animal? Nuh-uh, I'm not latex. You told me not to be white goo. I'm blue instead. For all its revulsion and warp and taboo, a part of you wants to be altered too. Not the changed animal. Perhaps an ancient creature uncovered by the R12 borehole? Or perhaps merely the tentacles of a far more horrible being. Until we get some photographic evidence, we just won't know. Nuh-uh, I'm not latex. Thank you, Isa, for clearing that up via quote. Thank you for including the :3. I felt it as I was saying it. Rereading that wasn't a great idea. It was almost entirely useless and stuff I knew already. We got 4 hours until the librarians would kick me out. Wait, the Bluefield's Mysterious Lake. All about Wilted Rose Lake. It was written in the 80s, a few years before the story of the water snake got popular. So the back of the book didn't reference it. The book would probably only take about 2 hours to read. Ooh. We can't read both. Because I read the stupid cryptid book, we can't read both. Do we read Wilhelm Notes or Rosefield Quarry, Bluefield's Mysterious Lake? Hi, Russ. Ultra rare in context quote. Oh yeah, it's 100% in context. This one isn't even taken out of context. It's got the entire context. Like, hey Russ, how are you doing? Rosefield Quarry, Bluefield's Mysterious Lake was all about Wilted Rose Lake. We already read this. Once the largest quarry in the south, Rosefield Quarry supplied copper to the whole world and even beyond during the moon landing. Oh, that's cute. In 1965, drilling began at the bottom of the quarry to test for natural gases. Borehole R12 was planned to be several kilometers deep. Shortly before the borehole could be completed, what appears to have been an industrial accident caused the previously rerouted Ash River to return to its previous course, directly into the quarry. The fast-moving river quickly washed away much of the east side of the quarry, making escape from the bottom of the basin impossible. The quarry's communication equipment was destroyed, preventing any calls to the authorities for several hours. The residents of Rosefield Village were awoken by the sound of cascading water and emerged from their houses to find a vast black lake where the pit once was. The sudden flooding of the quarry remains the greatest tragedy in modern Blue Hill history. Almost 100 workers drowned, and many tons of machinery was trapped underneath the water. Toxic industrial chemicals and gas from the recently opened borehole leaked into the water, making it impossible to dive in. The combination of these chemicals appears to be what has given the lake its dark appearance, and is responsible for the death of the rose fields surrounding it. While officially, the disaster was caused by improperly built rerouting dams, some have suggested the flooding may have been intentional. There's little to support this claim. The local village Rosefield was also abandoned shortly after. The same chemical and gas leaks which gave the lake its dark appearance appeared to be causing health issues in the community. Dozens of residents reported deteriorating mental health after this incident, sickness, and exhaustion. Within 2 years, the village was empty, with the local council rehoming its residents across the county. Urban explorers often break into the now fenced-off village to earn street cred. These explorers often go missing, presumably falling into the water in a confused, hallucinogenic state similar to the symptoms seen in villagers shortly before the evacuation. Few survivors made it out from inside the quarry, and those who did were near rabid. Doctors suggested this was a mixture of trauma and extreme proximity to the gas leak. They poked the massive underground eldritch bear. They did. This is tragic, by the way. I'm sorry. Most would recover from their crazed state in the next decade. One would go on to become one of the leading Rosefield truthers and support the claim that the flooding was intentional and ordered. Strangely, he has also maintained that this was the right decision. It was an interesting read, but not hugely helpful. There's 2 hours left. We can't read the villain helm notes anymore. We'll get interrupted. Bluefields County myths seem to be a brief rundown of some local folklore. Pretty short, probably only take about an hour to read. First play, Study of the King in Yellow, seemed to be a thesis of some kind, but it definitely looked relevant. I had a suck at reading academic text, so I knew it would probably take 3 hours for me to read, even though it was short. Figured I didn't have time for that book and put it back. Well, I guess we're reading Bluefields and the Great Crusade, 1120 to 1123. Great Crusade looked like a rather dry history book. I knew most of this stuff already. I don't know why I picked it up. It was bulky and would probably take 2 hours to read. Doom and gloom. Ah, shoot. Was it only 2 hours? I thought it was 4. Ah, shoot. I wanted to read the other one. I thought we were reading both. And I was like, oh, well, I'm going to save the better one for... Oh, cool. We can look at another book. We can go back. I would prefer the county myths. Oh, no, I thought that because this only takes an hour. So I was like, oh, it only takes half the time. I want to read this one. It looks more fun. North Acres in the Dark Age. Like much of the country, Alvington suffered terribly from the famines brought on by the Dark Age. Their troubles were short-lived, however, after the arrival of a strange guest. Not much is known about this mysterious visitor, but the locals supposedly used their help to contact a strange and ancient entity of the woods, the Antlered Tree. This might help us with Greg. After this, their woes were no more, and they waited out the end of the Dark Age in comparative comfort, a rare occurrence in those terrible times. Did the antlered tree bless the villagers of Ovicton with a successful harvest? Unlikely, given the village imported all of its food. Did it simply gift them with food? Maybe. Was this entity simply a story to cover up Ovicton's true evil, preying on travelers and raiding nearby towns? Probably, according to most scholars. But even so, the area remains shrouded in secrets. Perhaps there is more to it than meets the eye. Tale of the Man and the Witches. But the entities living in the lake like Bailey's? I mean, Bailey's is delicious. A local man wished more than anything to be beautiful and strong so that he could woo local damsels. He sought out the Salt Sisters of Potsmouth, but the witches only laughed and cast a cruel spell on him. The witches then summoned an evil void wraith to chase the man away into the wilderness, where he succumbed to the witch's terrible hex. Some say this man would go on to become the terrifying Mr. Sproingy. But this is obviously untrue, as Mr. Sproingy is way too fucked up to be in a silly kid story. The screaming sewers of Bluefields Town. Bluefields Town was briefly re-established as the administrative center for the country under the Brennenburg dynasty for several years, while London was rebuilt after the Inheritance War. Several buildings from this period remain, sporting classic Brennenburg architecture, the town hall, gallery, and flower gardens being particularly distinctive examples. Of course, not all of the Emperor's influence on the town was positive. Many rebellious locals were dragged into the city dungeons during his brief reign here. Screams and wails were said to emanate from the town's sewer system, as his terrible torturers pried the poor prisoners for information, or sometimes merely for fun. Shrouded in mystery, the dungeons were eventually unearthed in 1956, but were soon sealed with concrete. The council did not give a reason why, but we can assume they were a structural weakness beneath the town. Though some say on cold winter nights, screams still emanate from underground on lonely streets. The King in Yellow. The infamous Wilhelm is said to have first penned the King in Yellow in a manor just outside Bluefields Town. The manor burnt down in the late 1800s. So many evidence of this has long since been destroyed. The play's ties to the country do not end there. Copies of the play are found more frequently here than anywhere else across the world, with a notable incident being its discovery in Bluebell University's library. The dean, a superstitious fellow, ordered it burnt, unopened, when a student brought it to him. Said student was also expelled in mysterious circumstances. The dean was fired soon after, apparently for the unfair expulsion. The student disappeared before they could be re-inducted into the course. Honestly, that's fair. Probably shouldn't have done that. It was an interesting read, but not a particularly helpful one. No way would the dean expel Nikita. She was the only thing keeping us in the league tables. Besides, at this point, I didn't think Nikita would care. But the entity— oh, I heard that. Disappearing without a trace sounds like fun. Why the giggle? Oh, Magic the Gathering, the game that makes you say we're gonna double team you so hard. It does. I checked the clock. There was about 1 hour left until the librarians would kick me out. I don't think we can read any of this. They just gave me the first thing again. Well, Magic the Gathering gets you so many girlfriends. It's true. I literally have 2 girlfriends just because of Magic the Gathering. It's a statistical miracle. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, but I'm going to come back with more of this. If we finish it today, we'll switch off for something else. And by finish it, I mean get to one ending. Okay. And streaming retro games on Twitch gets you at least one. It's true. So far, I can thank Pokemon chat rooms, streaming retro games, Cult of the Lamb, Magic the Gathering, and Divinity Original Sin 2. Magic the Gathering is really creating third spaces. Left, right, and center. True. Starting to feel like third spaces are really important. They are. Okay. I'll be right back. See you in just a few minutes. Welcome back. We're here, finishing up in the library. I was getting really tired of reading. Half of this stuff seemed completely useless. I was about to give up, but I had second thoughts. Was I really done? I don't have time for another book. Isa, welcome back. I decided I wasn't going to learn anymore, and part of me wanted to just get out of the library. Welcome to my stream. Also, welcome to my stream, Arrow. How are you doing? I ended up back at my room. I just needed sleep. This week was killing me. When was the last time I had slept properly? Walked through my door and almost tripped over something. There's a little velvet bag on the floor. Someone had slid it under my door. Oh, great. Has Nikita been sneaking anthrax into my room or something? It's the crystal. I nervously picked up the bag and was relieved to feel a hard crystal inside. Must have been Tabby's psychic crystal. Oh, thank you, Tabby. You're a lifesaver. Possibly literally. I carefully put the crystal into my bag. Might be the only thing that could help me. Murder how GGG Greg is doing. HHH Greg. I haven't seen that since the first time you showed it to me. I was going to have some noodles to eat, but I couldn't get the packet open without scissors thanks to my weak little arms. No! That's a problem. GG, Greg. Triple chocolate muffin, $99. I need to watch it again. I can't do it, I'm sorry. I had no idea where my scissors had gone. I probably put them in my bag and lost them while I was walking about or something. In the end, I had to just eat crisps. She's too weak and feeble to open the ramen packet. This week was really taking its toll on my diet. I needed time to digest what I had read. I was too tired to do anything practical to deal with Nikita tonight. It's rough. No doubt she was... Also, she's a rat? Can she not nibble? Is a rat not entitled to the nibble of their teeth? No doubt she was slinking around the university or holed up in her room, plotting. That night, there were no dreams. There was only darkness. Woke up as tired as ever and wanted to check the internet for news, convinced I'd find a photograph of a disheveled Nikita being bundled into a police van after committing some atrocity in the name of the broken throne. She needs a big, strong, fangy sugar glider to make food for her. She does. You're devouring Borgir. I want to have Borgir too. Also, welcome back, Cassidy. Fortunately, it looked like Nikita hadn't been arrested for any terrible crimes. Unfortunately, this meant Nikita was still my problem alone. Yesterday, Nikita had, well, not admitted to being at Daffodil Lane, but it was fairly obvious she had been. I was pretty sure she wanted to open a portal to the White Gate of Holly and the Cursed Basement. I needed to know if she had done anything there. Maybe I could find a way to stop her. I ate some sugar flakes and got ready for another long walk to Daffodil Lane. Aw, can you open the box with your weak itty bitty arms? Oh yeah, girl. Meeting with family tomorrow. We're gonna have takeout. You're excited? It's very exciting. I hope you enjoy both the meal and the company and the event in general. I arrived at Daffodil Lane only to be greeted by a loud caw, that mangy magpie again. The caw sounded like it came from near the creepy cottage, as if it was calling for me. I tried to spot the magpie, but they were nowhere to be seen. Oh, hi! Hi, Trixie! Fuck! I spun around and screamed. Directly behind me, less than half a meter away, stood Parsnip. Oh no, please, no bad words. This is a no bully zone. Sorry, Parsnip, you just scared me is all. I didn't expect you to be stood directly behind me like that. Haha, no one ever does. I'm very quiet. I couldn't help but feel slightly creeped out by that. Parsnip, I'm going to explode. I turned around to look for the magpie. I was sure I could feel their beady white eyes locked onto me, but they were nowhere to be seen. Reluctantly, I turned back to Parsnip. He was grinning excitedly, and I noticed he had a picnic basket with him. What's the picnic? I'm having a picnic! Would you like to come, friend? I was kind of hungry, but I felt like I should probably get on with stopping Nikita. I mean, we gotta take care of ourselves. I can't remember if Parsnip can cook or what kind of atrocities might be in that picnic basket, but let's agree to hang out for a little while. Oh, is that a sad bunny? Yeah, I guess I can hang out for a little while. Yay, wow, I'm so excited. Let's go ask Rosie if she would like to come too. Okay, I can't be too long though. I'm pretty... All day picnic! All day picnic! He skipped off to La Rose's cottage. I started to regret agreeing to this, but I followed along behind him. I eventually caught up to Parsnip. He was knocking at La Rose's door and bouncing excitedly. I saw La Rose peering out of the window between the crack in the curtains before receding back into the darkness of her cottage. I got the impression she didn't want to be involved. I don't think La Rose is home, Parsnip. Maybe we should get going. There's a loud crash from inside. Fuck's sake! He cooks a mean sugared string, he does. Fucking easel, cunt! I'm so sorry, maybe I shouldn't have said that one. Been in Australia a long time, it just kind of came out. If you're not gonna stay standing up, then why even... Jeez. I heard the distinctive sound of an easel being snapped in half. I think it was an easel being snapped in half. I'm not sure what gave me that impression. You're right, I don't think she's in. Can't weasel your way out of this one. It's the anti-weasel easel. I was starting to doubt how much Parsnip existed in our plane of reality. No, maybe Parsnip is actually just being, like, really chill right now and perceives that La Rose might not be in the mood for this. I guess it's just you and me, friend. He pulled a friendship yarn out of his bag and waved it at me. You still have yours, right? Right? I rummaged through my stuff and pulled out the yarn. It was slightly worse for wear after a few days in my bag, but Parsnip's face lit up nevertheless when I gently wiggled it. Is Parsnip actually physically able to chill? I don't think so. But he at least recognized that maybe Rosie wasn't up for it. I'd never throw away this present. Yay, oh yay, what a great friendship. I was glad to diffuse the situation. I didn't want to get on Parsnip's bad side. He seemed slightly unstable. Let's get on with our picnic. Follow me to the wheat field, friend. Does he know my name? I told him my name, but does he know it? The wheat field wasn't a great spot given that the wheat hadn't been cut, but it was at least somewhat shady between the crops. Parsnip had giggled as he trampled through the field to the picnic spot. He seemed to find running through the field of wheat strangely naughty. Well, it is. People need to eat that. Oh, part of me thought the devious giggling in secluded spot may just have been because I was about to be murdered. I quickly shook those thoughts off, intent on trying my best to have a nice time. Parsnip started to unpack his picnic hamper. I have to admit, I was slightly dreading what he might pull out. That bunny is committing a crime. He shouldn't be anywhere near that field. To my surprise, what he did get out looked really good. A tray of cupcakes, each decorated with different colored icing and sprinkles. A few even had chocolate chips and flakes in them. Things were looking up. He got a pitcher of water out of the basket. Somehow it hadn't spilled inside, and despite being sideways and having no lid, possibly defying the laws of physics. He poured the water into a pair of plastic cups and handed me a red one. I thanked him and took a sip. Water was surprisingly nice and very cold. Thought this might turn out to be nice after all. I thought I'd soon come to regret. At this point, Parsnip got a bag of Sugar Daddy icing sugar out of his hamper and poured a good 100 grams into his cup. The sugar partially dissolved into the water, but most of it settled at the bottom of the cup. My sibling, as a child, used to do this. It was vile. I think we found one of the sources of problems. It wasn't icing sugar. But I can imagine perfectly the congealed sugared sludge at the bottom of this cup. I grimaced at the thought of drinking it. Would you like some sugar? No, that's okay, Parsnip. Thanks for the offer. Then try some cake. Looked at the cupcakes. They were about 10 on a shared plate. They had different colored icing and decorations. They looked pretty nice, if a little sickly. That said, something about them felt off. One day as kids, you and your friends discovered the true meaning of free will as we realized we could add more sugar to Sprite. Then we learned the true meaning of consequences. We'll, nervously eat some food. I cautiously picked up a small cupcake. On the surface it looked fine, but something about it felt off. I'm starting to remember things about Parsnip and Parsnip's foods that I hadn't completely remembered. But I'm glad everyone looks okay. And the tummy ache started. On the surface it looked fine, but something felt off. Parsnip didn't seem like the kind of person who would make a good baker. Regardless, it was too late now. Parsnip was looking at me expectantly with his big pleading eyes. He was clearly proud of his work, and I felt a little bad at the thought of disappointing him. I took a small bite of the cupcake and the sponge crumbled like ash in my mouth. Sugar crawled down my throat, threatening to choke me. The taste of decay filled my mouth and I gagged. Gah! I spat the cake out into the wheat and grabbed my cup of water. I swirled the liquid around in my mouth and spat it out, gasping for air. Could I imagine that? Could the cake really have been that bad? Parsnip stared at me, unblinking, his smile completely unchanged. We both sat in silence for a moment while I regained my breath. So, do you like it? I said yes. I decided it was best to lie. I didn't want to hurt Parsnip's feelings. Thanks, that rocked. I managed to croak out between breaths. Great, have a taste of the rest. I worked really hard. I watched Parsnip start to nibble tiny bits off the other cakes, and then put them back on the shared plate. He didn't seem to have taken in anything I said. These trumpets are truly cloying. Add a tiny amount of sugar to soda sometimes because it helps decarbonate it quicker. I like my fizzy drinks very fizzy. I want to feel them bite me. I want them to be truly bubbling acid, like in 90s cartoon. He would cycle through the cakes, eating only little bits of each at a time. Occasionally, he would take a sip of sugar water by clumsily holding a plastic cup between his big paws, usually spilling some of the sticky water on himself. I want to feel them bite me. Thank you, Cassidy. You like your fizzy drinks with low to no fizz because you don't like when it tastes angry. I like to taste the anger. But I understand. I like a soft drink that I feel like would stab me over $5. He didn't seem to mind. I watched Parsnip nibble on his food in silence until he finished, at which point he fell over backwards asleep. Good night, Parsnip. Something was bothering me about Parsnip. He felt fundamentally wrong. I thought about the hideous food. Surely it was not of this world. Rabbit's strange mannerisms and aura filled me with comfort. I remembered when I first met Parsnip. He had appeared from nowhere, as if summoned to me from the void. I like spicy drinks, though. I haven't actually had a chance to have a spicy drink. Mostly drink water and teas these days. That's probably for the best. I'd asked him about the king in yellow. There had been no denial, merely a gleeful cry of, "Wow, I love yellow. Oh, wow, it's my favorite color." I broke out into a sweat. A confession. I knew it. I had been being toyed with I've been playing toyed with all along. Sometimes I grip my mouse and right click by accident. Parsnip is the king in yellow. Save. That cursed string Parsnip had given me all those days ago. I pulled it out of my bag and threaded it through itself into an intricate but all too familiar shape. The yellow sign. You could do that with any string. This was a gift to me from the king, or perhaps a warning or a curse. I shuddered in fear and quickly pushed the terrible sign back into my bag. I'd have to think about this further. I buried the thoughts in my mind. Hi, Izu. I snuck away, only run straight into La Rose. Oh. Fuck, how long have you been there? We need to talk. It was an incredibly ominous conversation starter. Okay, here? I peered down at the snoozing Parsnip, judging by his sniffing nose and munching noise. Dreaming about food. My place. She started walking off. It sounded serious. Went with La Rose. The cottage could wait a little longer. This is very important. Probably. Also, I don't know if this might actually get into Parsnip spoilers territory. I don't know how tied in it is. I can't feel my fingers, but in a good way. I silently followed La Rose to her cottage. Things felt really intense. Did she know what I knew about Parsnip? So Parsnip has given you one of those strings too, then. But why? How long has she been watching us? Wait, is that what this is about? Kind of. There was a long silence while my brain tried to process things. It's just... Ow. Is Parsnip a fae? Did you accept a fae string present? Did you eat the fae food? Oh my god. No! I need to fix the freaking warp dimension that I get sent to when I get knocked out and caught at the same time. Also, nice catch, Isa. It's just, you seemed pretty intense. I was kind of worried. I mean, well, it is important. For free? It's not for free. It took your time and attention. Never fix that? Yes, queen. A bit. The yarn. Do you have one as well? I have at least 20. When I woke up this morning, there were 3 poking through my letterbox. I was concerned for it. To receive one of the cursed gifts from the King in Yellow was bad enough, but 20? The Rose seemed to live in blissful ignorance of their true evil, at least. I decided it was kinder to let her stay that way. So, because it's in the narration, that means that Trixie believes this all the way through this, this storyline. Ellie finds it embarrassing, but that's one thing you can overlook. I don't know if this will make sense to anyone else, but it feels like the person who made this game has played Disco Elysium. I'm considering using them to tie a makeshift rope. Haha. Wait, was that a joke? Sure. So far, all I've been able to do is hoover them up and burn the bags. Like my students, Parsnip is not receptive of criticism. So anyway, I wanted to ask for your help. I really need to get rid of Parsnip. Perchance, Parsnip being the King in Yellow has been added to the thought cabinet. So I was wondering, are you trying to get me to kill Parsnip? He's weird, sure, but that's a little much, don't you think? You literally think he's an eldritch being. Ellie has one of those? What, a thought cabinet? I haven't visited the thought cabinet in a long time. I should try it again. Maybe I can actually focus on it again. What? No, don't be ridiculous, no. I was just going to, like, ask if you'd, I don't know, throw him in a bush and tell him to leave me alone. I stared at La Rose, slightly dumbfounded. You want me to assault him? What? I continued to stare at her, dumbfounded. Not, like, badly. You've spoken to him, right? Just push him into a bush really carefully and be like, hey, leave La Rose alone or the boys will get you. And that should be enough to spook him. Are you okay? I am fine. Look, living next door to Parsnip is slowly killing me. I used to drink 30, maybe 40 units of alcohol a day. Now I'm up to maybe 60. Look, will you just give it a go? I can't live like this much longer. You just noticed her cigarette? How is she holding that cigarette? It's explicitly unlit, but it looks for all the world like she's smoking the burnt side, right? Kindly. I don't know. I don't want to do it. I'm easily bullied into things. Will not bully Parsnip. Alright, Rose, but I'm not gonna push your neighbor into a bush. Rose is more like LaFern. He'll get bored soon, I'm sure. Well, I'm disappointed. He sighed. Thanks anyway. I better get painting. I'll see you around. This is a bully-free zone. I felt a little bad abandoning La Rose to her fate, but pushing Parsnip over seemed a little too mean even for my morally bankrupt self. Less Rose, more Thorn. Or perhaps I feared him. I was still trying to process his connection to Carcosa, to the King in Yellow. I decided I had been fucking around for too long and reluctantly got on with my business. That's the other thing. We need to sabotage the ritual site. I stood in front of the abandoned cottage. The gateway to Carcosa, according to Nikita at least. I don't trust myself enough to truly doubt her. I needed to make sure Nikita hadn't done anything here. This cottage might be the only place I could stop her. The upstairs seemed pretty much as I'd left it. I knew I was gonna have to go downstairs. Not a fun thought. Memories of my last visit still swam in my mind fuzz. It was time to accept my fate and return to the basement where this all started. What if it's a trap? What if it is a trap? She could have told us it was here because she thinks we're dumb and we'd believe it. But actually it is at the lake. She didn't seem very good at lying, but also she was super paranoid and suspicious. She might have done that to throw us off course. The skulls sat in the same position as before. I almost started to believe I really had imagined them speaking to me. But before I could step any further into the room, they snapped around to face me. My heart sunk as I realized returning here was a mistake. Another guest, the little rat returns. Hello, friend. I was frozen. Whether by shock or by the ghost's design, I don't know. Please, I'm not here. Your friend, yes. The deer was here, searching for a gate she found. Already present, the yellow sign. Creator I am. Forever, never to be removed, no matter how much I tear at its paint. The gate is present, needs only a key. No more preparations are needed, only the moonlight of a full moon. What the deer says is true. If what the deer says is true. A believable claim, for I too require tonight's white light. Reunite, broken body no more. If the deer speaks true, then endless ashen terrors crawling forth from the lake. The rapt, pointed fingers of the king leading them. Ah yes, the key. The key which I brought here, by the way. Because I assumed Nikita had the other one. The decay will spread, the rot. And I was too late to prevent Nikita performing her ritual. It'll be up to me in person. A battle I would probably lose. I spent a lot of time studying the moon. It's pretty important to a lot of myths, especially around here. I knew very well that the next full moon was tomorrow. Okay, well, that's all I needed to know, so I'll just be out of your scalp bone. Can't get over the heart, noses, and eyelash markings. I know, they're so cute. Very adorable. Leave, return, it is not important. This hovel is tainted. Unclean. I have no further use for it. I shall not be present for this evil. You would be wise to leave, little rat, before the ritual is performed. Farewell, little one. The ghost was leaving? Why? Not that I cared, as long as it was out of my life. The skulls shattered into dust. Any evidence of their existence turned to a fine bone powder that joined the spores and dust in their toxic dance. I was thrown to the ground as the gold mist floated out from the basement like snow in a breeze. I climbed to my feet, my head ringing. I must have hit it when I fell. I made my way outside and caught my breath. My phone buzzed. It was Greg. Hey Trixie, I'm going to do the thing tonight. Can you come down and help? Can it wait? I have stuff on. Nope. I need to get these pastries made, and running around all week means I'm already behind schedule. I'm doing it tonight. You don't have to come. I can do it alone. Probs won't work anyway, right? No, I'm coming. Wait for me. I felt like I should go deal with Nikita, but I realized there wasn't anything I could do to prepare. I was exhausted and could barely think. All I could do was wait for tonight, the full moon. I'm double checking. I knew very well the next full moon was tomorrow. Wait for tonight, the full moon. I couldn't let Greg perform that ritual alone. Sure, it might be pointless, but if not, Greg needed someone there who could deal with this kind of thing. At least could try to deal with it. I'm not late, am I? Trixie! You're not late. I waited for you. That was a relief. On the run here, I'd been fearing what I might find. This was my last chance to stop Greg from doing anything they might regret. Having meddled with dark forces, I knew it wasn't worth the risk. Greg, before you do anything, are you sure this is a good idea? Just think for a moment, if it is real. Do you really want to make some kind of deal with an ancient, unknowable woodland god? I mean, we've come this far, right? And if this is what it takes to save the bakery, yes, I'm doing it. Oh, okay. I'm not much of a negotiator. But look, I got everything ready while you were on your way. Put into a mixing bowl of cheese bake ingredients. Now all we need to do is add a hair. I'm super self-conscious, so you should look away, haha. Like, just turn around for a minute, and I can pull a hair out, okay? Greg, I know you're not pulling your hair. I know you're not putting your hair in it. Huh? I read the book while you were out doing crimes the other night. I know the ritual needs blood, not hair. You don't have to hide stuff to make it seem less fucked up. I already know it's fucked up. Oh, sorry. I just didn't want you to worry. Okay, here goes. I picked a knife from amongst the utensils. Greg let out a little whimper. I felt bad for them. A small drop of blood fell from their finger into the bake. It seemed to sink into the cold pastry and disappear. Gross. I don't know if you were supposed to mix it with the food you wanted. How will unknowable deity know that this is not the food you wanted? Greg nervously placed the tray into the oven. I saw the effigy was already inside. We were ready. So you're sure about this? I mean, it's our last chance to stop. Just in case it is, you know? Real? I'm sure. I can't let my bakery shut down. I have to take the risk. You can go, Trixie, if you don't want to be here. Part of me wanted to. Most of me, in fact. But I had to stay, whether it was to make sure Greg was safe or to satisfy some kind of terrible curiosity. I still don't know. I'm saying. We started this together and we'll finish it together. Pretty sure I just stole that from like every movie ever, but it seemed fitting. Yay! Thank you, Trixie. I was briefly worried Greg was going to hug me, but fortunately the excitement of the ritual seemed to be keeping them distracted. With a trembling hand, Greg reached for the switch and flicked the oven on. I've been expecting a whoosh of flame, but the sound of chanting and the opening of a portal. But instead, the food just seemed to bake normally. As normally as a bowl of cheese and blood sat next to a wooden skull could bake anyway. That was anticlimactic. We need to let it bake, obviously. Geez, Trixie, don't you know anything about baking? As we already had clarified a few days ago, I didn't. So, like, we just wait? I guess so. We can talk or something for a bit. It shouldn't take too long, right? We spoke for a while. It must have been a few hours at least. Occasionally, Greg would check the oven. Smoke still billowed out of it. But fortunately, the bakery's extractor fans seemed to suck it all up. I don't remember anything we talked about. My mind was completely overcome with worry. I feared that any second there would be a bang and some terrible being would explode from the oven with a screech and rend me and Greg to pieces with its claws. It's been like 3 hours, Greg. I think maybe it's time we admit it isn't going to work. I put on my best disappointed face. Oh! Before Greg could say anything, there was a loud bang. Eek! Ah! Our heads shot around to the oven. Something was knocking on the door from within. Jeez, Greg, this isn't good. Another bang. Well, I mean, we should probably let them out there is anyone in there. Greg nervously pulled the oven's door handle. It swung open. A strange, cheesy membrane sack tumbled out of the oven and landed on the floor with a disgusting, wet thud. It should have been revolting, but I couldn't help but feel hungry when I looked at it. It smelled delicious. Oh, I mean, that isn't quite what I was hoping for. There was a hideous noise as the sack split like wet tissue. Ah! Excuse me. A small pastry paw tore through the thin membrane, and from inside a delicious-looking, friendly pastry Greg peered out at us with its big, empty eyes. Oh, Smash? No. I looked at Greg, expecting to see revulsion or fear, but their expression was one of delight. The strange pastry golem blinked at us vacantly. Pastry Greg, or Preg for short. Oh, my baby, aren't you gorgeous? Let me help you up, sweet pea. Greg held out a hand, and the strange being daintily took it and shakingly pulled itself to its feet. This wasn't what you wanted. Greg, this isn't right. You wanted infinite pastries, right? Not a creature. Yeah? No, this is okay. This works. It's still pastry, right? Greg gently took the hand of the creature, lifting it as if to kiss it. Then, without warning, they took a bite out of it. I almost screamed, half expecting the golem to yelp or attack, but it stood there, motionless, cocking its head slightly and smiling at Greg with its strange smile. She needed more help. That's actually true. If this thing can bake, they could open Greg and Preg's bakery. Oh, wow. You really are a tasty one, aren't you? I felt queasy. The golem certainly looked delicious, and yet something about it felt wrong, very wrong. Greg lunged for the creature's belly, clearly in need of more of it. Greg, this doesn't make sense. You're going to sell your clients this thing? Yep. No. No, I think I'll keep them. They can live with me. I don't want to get rid of them. I watched Greg gorge themselves on the flesh of the pastry golem. Cheese and sauce ran down Greg's body as they tore into the abomination with every bite the creature would heal. It was an endless supply of pastry. The ritual had worked, kind of. Trixie, seriously, you should come try this. Greg waved me over without even turning to face me. Something felt wrong. The more I stared at the golem, the more my mind rejected it. Its emotionless face vacantly stared at Greg as they stuffed handfuls of pastry into their mouth, lost in their gluttony. I felt a chill run up my body, and for the first time I noticed a metallic smell. I became acutely aware it had been present for some time. My mind blanked. I stood alone in a dark forest clearing. Was this a dream? A vision? I still don't know. In the woods behind me, I could hear the rustling of leaves and an ominous rumbling, as though the very earth shivered in fear. I wanted to call out to Greg, but I felt as if I had been punched in the stomach. I could only let out a pathetic whimper. A feeling of dread had grown into a fist-sized rock in my throat, and my mind was as stormy as the clouds of holly. Trembling, I turned my head to the side, desperate to keep whatever was behind me in the corner of my eye. I saw it. A tall, thin shape stood what must have been 20 meters behind me at the edge of the clearing. The figure appeared armless, and at its highest point was a tangled mass of antlers. And worst of all were its eyes, two small pinpricks of amber light, enough to light its deer-like skull and wide, unblinking eye sockets. The eyes bored into me. The smell of metal turned to the smell of death, and I was sure the terrible thing knew I could see it. Did you think of the scene from Spirited Away? I still haven't seen that. I've only seen the Pokemon VHS trailer. I should. It's been like 2 years since I've sat and watched a Miyazaki film. You need to watch it? We should. I let out a scream and looked away, straight back into the bakery where I locked eyes with the golem. It was no longer a creature of pastry. Its body was slick and red. It was a creature of meat. I could swear I saw its mouth open into a gummy grin. Yet Greg continued to engorge themselves on it, pulling slithers of flesh from the body and forcing them into their mouth. Their usually beautiful fur was stained with blood and bile. Trixie, for real, this is amazing. You should try some. Actually, you can get your own one. This is mine. I stepped backwards. The scene in front of me was too horrific to look at. This is my pastry. It was made for me. Okay. We know Trixie is incapable of opening a ramen packet. She's physically incapable of surviving as a college student. It is possible this was a mistake. It can be conceived. Maybe calling to the mother of meat for infinite pastry might have been a miscalculation. She did successfully ambush a stranger. That much is true.
Yosh.
Hi, Iona. Thank you for the pets and boops. We'll shout at Greg. Maybe we can get through to them. Greg, you need to stop. No, I'm good.
Yosh.
Greg continued to stuff their face with handfuls of bloody meat. This had to end. Greg was under some kind of spell. I had to save them.
Yosh.
I grabbed the first weapon I could find, an egg beater. See? I hoped it was called a beater for a reason. I charged forward and shoved Greg. They fell to the side with a yelp of pain. Greg, weaker than a noodle packet. I slashed through the air with the egg beater. It struck the golem with a horrid squelch and sunk into its soft flesh. It smiled at me, seemingly unbothered. Die! Please? I stabbed the egg beater into the creature again and again to no avail. It didn't care. Something struck my side and I tumbled over. Greg had recovered and jumped me. We both rolled across the floor. I became acutely aware of how sharp their fangs were as they pinned me down. For a moment, I almost surrendered, but then I realized that I was twice the size of Greg and pushed them off me. We both managed to stand up and back away from each other. I'd lost my egg beater in the tussle, but looking at the golem, who remained gazing into the distance, I knew it wouldn't be any use. Have any cuties here? There's a lot of cuties. True. He definitely liked that. She does like things. I can't judge. Trixie, leave them alone. They're mine. I need them. Greg, don't you see what it is? It's not stuff you should be eating. It's... What if I was imagining it? I looked at the meat golem. Its shiny flesh glistened in the bakery's lights. It looked real, and yet we had both seen it as pastry. I see. I'd done it. Greg was seeing things right for the first time since the terrible creature had been birthed. Or so I thought. But it's okay, I like it. They licked a little trickle of blood from their cheek. They lunged at me and shoulder barged into me. Despite their small size, the surprise meant I fell to the floor once more. Greg was going for the golem, hungry for more meat. I scrambled to my feet, intent on stopping Greg getting another mouthful. I felt bad doing it, but I managed to trip Greg over. They let out a little whelp as they tumbled to the floor. They are a little whelp. So what you're gathering from this is that the cheese is blessed. Not sure how you feel about pizza anymore. Well, I mean, if it was a meat pastry, they often have like a gravy in it. Maybe they were imagining a meat pastry full of gravy. But like, with cooked meat. They were talking a lot about cheese. You know what? I think you're right. Howie, what? Golem stood there gazing at me. While Greg was recovering, I started to push it towards the oven. It padded along on its clumsy feet, seemingly unaware of what I was doing. I bundled the golem into the oven. It seemed happy to oblige, staring at me with the same vacant expression it had been born with. I'm really sorry, horrible meat abomination, but this is probably for the best. I switched the oven onto its highest setting and leapt away, crashing to the floor. The golem was born in heat, but I hoped it could die in it too. In retrospect, I wish I'd come up with an action movie one-liner. Revenge is a pastry best served burnt? I don't know. Ellie's gagging on Moth, huh? Or I missed the mouse puppy arc. You know what? I kind of do miss the mouse puppy arc. It might have lightened up the situation, but I guess at the time things were a little chaotic. My little lovely sweetie.
Yosh.
Trixie, I was worried Greg was going to rush into the flames, pouring from the cracks around the oven door and hurt themselves. So I was relieved when they rushed to me and started feeding me with their tiny paws instead. You missed the mouse puppy arc? Bosk cheesecake is pretty tasty. Thank you for the head pats, Isa. Greg, stop, it's done. No more meat. You... And we stopped tussling, for we had both heard the sound coming from oven. From within the burning chamber, we could hear the golem singing to it. We let go of one another and stood together as the mournful song continued. We listened for what felt like days, mesmerized by the beautiful sound. And then, as black, rancid smoke began to leak from the cracks around the metal door, it slowly died out, ending on an impossibly long and beautiful note. I felt a serene calmness fall over me, the first time I'd felt truly calm in years. Jeez. This is what it took? Not the song of its soul. Aw. Trixie, what happened? I didn't really know where to start, but I did my best to explain everything. Greg seemed to only remember fleeting glimpses of what had happened after we heard that dreadful knocking from the oven. Trixie, I'm so sorry for what I did. That wasn't me. Cheese Louise? No. We are not calling it Cheese Louise. You're not naming any more of our horrible meat abominations. I mean, it was, but I'm not normally selfish and mean and hitting you and eating meat. What did that thing do to me? I don't know, Greg, but it wasn't your fault. That thing seemed to put some kind of evil spell on you. Well, I'm sorry anyway, Trixie. I shouldn't have dragged you into this mess. It was so silly. Don't worry about it. Summoning a terrible meat golem is an easy mistake to make. It wasn't, but it seemed to make Craig feel better anyway. What if there was a Twix Trixie? Is the Twix Trixie secretly meat? For what it's worth, you're still my friends. I guess you'll have to work out some other way to keep up with those pastry orders. Yeah, that's going to suck. But hey, we both learned an important lesson. Isn't that the really important thing? Don't take shortcuts. Believe you can do it the right way? Greg looked confused. Huh? No? Don't make dark blood pacts with woodland gods unless you want to end up eating yourself. Left or right, Twix? We'll have both. Jeez, Trixie, haven't you been paying attention? True, shortcuts rock. Exactly. Maybe no more stealing, though. Yeah, sure, Trixie. I'm not sure I believe them, but baby steps, I guess. So you'd be okay to help me get my orders finished just for a few days while I work out something new? I know you're not super into baking, but you could like help move stuff and clean and serve customers if you want. Oh my god, what a freaking normal and good suggestion to make. You just invented a new evolution. Lesion. He has librarian glasses. Is that the only change? That way I can concentrate on just making sure I get enough stuff made. Sure, Greg, I can help a little. I wasn't sure I could promise anything. Peering out of the bakery window, I could see the full moon rising. I'd stop Nikita or perish trying. I should probably get going, Greg. I know it probably sounds pretty trivial after what we just saw, but I need to go help my friend with something. Boring uni stuff, you wouldn't be interested. Oh, I mean, sure. I can clean this place up myself. The coffee machine wasn't damaged during our tussle, so I can just drink a ton of that and power through the night. I guess I'll see you soon then. You have a good night, okay, Trixie? Yeah, definitely. See ya, Greg. Does it evolve with friendship with, like a focus scope equipped? Xion when Moriel enters. Good night, Trixie. I waved goodbye and started the long walk back to Daffodil Lane. I hope this wouldn't be the last time I saw them. Do you think it's best you know more on this than you do? The lane was quiet. It looked like Nikita hadn't opened the gate, yet at least. Oh no! Earlier, Belle said that someone was opening a gate for the sheep because the gate looked sad closed. I thought it was a sheep gate. Need to move a Pokemon with sound-based attack out of your party after it used the sound moved 3 turns in a row. It needs to KO someone using Uproar. Okay. I need to take one... Well, I'm not going to say one more. Who knows? But I am going to take a quick break so that ads don't interrupt anything important. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back. I was just saying, I was a little surprised because it said, this game will probably take about 3 to 5 hours for you to get through if you see all the content. And I was like, oh, okay. So I bet one ending will just take like a little over an hour or something. It's got to. That's what I was thinking yesterday. Now, here's the thing. I'm certainly not disappointed. Welcome back, Cassidy. Welcome back, Arrow. Welcome back, Isa. We're walking down Daffodil Lane towards the abandoned cottage. It must have been about 1 or 2 in the morning. I feared I was too late, but there didn't seem to be any sign that Nikita had been successful. I walked past Parsnip's cottage, and it was quiet. He was probably tucked up in bed asleep or whatever he does at night. Of course I knew his secret. Parsnip was a servant of Carcosa, a follower of the King in Yellow. I knew that I had to destroy him to save us all. You didn't want to shove him in a bush, huh? You were so upset at the idea of killing him earlier, though. After, or rather if, I dealt with Nikita. The malevolence of Carcosa had to be exorcised from this place to put an end to this once and for all. I'm impressed, I suppose, at Trixie's resilience through all of this. And, you know, they call it the insight mechanic. which they refer to as a type of sanity mechanic, and say that exposure to certain events can make your narration less reliable. But I do wonder if it was the insight we had that allowed us to see through the pastry. The abandoned cottage seemed unchanged. Could it be that Nikita hadn't come? My hopes were shattered when I stepped inside. I could hear murmuring from the basement. Nikita was here. Surrounded by candles, she stood upon the yellow sign. She faced away from me, chanting to herself. I think she was trying to repeat some kind of incantation. She kept tripping up on her words and losing her place. A small crystal sat in the center of the yellow sign, shimmering faintly in the candlelight. I had to talk her out of this madness. I knew I was too weak to fight her after the night's events so far, and I'm pretty sure Nikita is more violent than she looks. Nikita. Oh, Trixie. I'm surprised you dare show your furry little face here. I assumed you'd be in your room drawing bat hentai or something. I have to say I'm impressed. I almost admire your dedication to annoying me. But you're too late. The ritual is in progress. I walk across the cloud waves to my destiny. I mean, right now, you're kind of just stood there. Okay, but soon, I shall walk across the cloud waves to my destiny. It's not like you're going to stop me. By all means, stay and watch my ascension, or fuck off. I don't care. Just, I need to wait a little longer is all. Was Nikita wrong? She seemed confused somehow. Her ritual didn't seem to be going to plan. She's in the wrong spot. Dumb doe. So lame, she relies on insulting her sexuality because she can't come up with anything with actual substance to say. You know what? That's true. The candles had almost melted to their bases. How long had she been there? Kita, stop. The ritual isn't working. You won't get through your gate. How will you come back to uni with me, and we can talk this out? No! I will not forfeit my birthright because of your little lies. I will succeed. It's just taking a little longer than it should. I need to prove to the king, I need to show him my faith has not faltered. The one who sits on the broken throne cannot be weak. They cannot be unsure. I maybe made a mistake. The candle placement must be wrong, or maybe my pronunciation is off. Maybe you're in the wrong freaking spot. I started flickering through a notepad, desperation building on her face. I was starting to doubt Nikita had expected her to... I was starting to doubt Nikita. I'd expect her to summon up a portal of shimmering cloud and step through to her destiny. Instead, she just seemed utterly broken, deranged. Maybe you're wrong. About the ritual, about the throne, about that play. Trixie, shut up! I know what's wrong. The one external variable. It's you. Hey, it wasn't going right even before I came here. This is a test. I must prove myself. My loyalty. Well, I will not break. I swear to you, my king, from upon the broken throne I shall call forth the dread fleet, the ashen horrors of the Twilight Quarter, and the Iron Watchmen. I shall set them on Trixie and crush her. Now, my king, will you bring me the white gates? She was serious. The malevolence in her voice was enough to kill any doubt I had that these were the words of a madwoman. Nikita had to be stopped. This ritual could not be completed. I remembered the things I'd brought with me. It might be the only way to end this without a fight, which I was pretty sure I'd lose, or with Nikita winning, which I'm pretty sure would end with me dead. Sorry, Nikita, but it's too late. I know you haven't been chosen. I tried to sound at least somewhat sure of myself. Nikita looked pissed. That's real cute, Trixie. You finally learned to stand up for yourself. But surely you realized the smart move was to know your place and be my underling. I think I'm okay without that, actually. I was gifted with something you were not. I held the yellow sign high above my head. Nikita smirked. Really, Trixie? The yellow sign? Look around you. Lifted her arms and spun on the spot. The world is covered in the sign. The king is everywhere. He owns us. And he chose me. And yet his servant gave me this before you had even read his play. You were never graced with his sign. You just found these left for others. Nikita looked almost taken aback. He chose me, Nikita. No, he cursed you with it. Maybe she was right. I certainly wasn't happy to have received the yellow sign. But I could see Nikita was cracking somewhat. Now shut up and tremble in your pathetic little boots as I complete my ritual. Nikita threw her arms into the air. Nothing happened. Ah! I might know why your portal isn't opening. I pulled Tabby's Psyker crystal from my bag. Why would you show it? It shimmered with ancient magic. Nikita's crystal was nullified. What? Another crystal? Is this a trick? What are you playing at, Smith? Two Psyker crystals in close proximity. Well, they neutralize each other, right? You didn't know that? No, this is a trick. You're trying to trick me, Trixie. Why would I show this to her? She's just going to kill me. I won't fall for your Trixie tricks. I won't fall for your... She stopped abruptly. It's like they say, always reveal the ace up your sleeve. It's true. She knew I was telling the truth, because I have an honest face. No. How did you... Oh, you obviously didn't read Reaching New Worlds very carefully. I expected better of you, Nikita. I smirked, a sight which I was worried would make Nikita attack me right then and there. Her two least favorite things, being wrong and me. Nikita stumped her foot into one of the candles, crushing it. She was getting dangerously angry. So, Miss Knight is in league with you too. How am I surprised? She'll get what's coming to her. This is my destiny, Trixie. It was foretold. She lifted the king in yellow above her head dramatically. Your crystal is powerless against him. He chose me, Trixie, above everyone else. Crystal or not, the gate will open. And you will pay for your treachery. Nikita flicked through her notebook, desperately searching for any details she might have missed. I could see her resolve breaking as she started to run out of ideas. This was prophecy. It was foretold. She had finally realized I had stopped her evil ritual. Outsmarted? I can't be. The heir to Carcosa must be without flaw. Oh, great king, this can't be... Smith, how did you... Her face broke into a blend of fear and betrayal. I was lied to. She fell to her knees, tears streamed between her fingers. And are you forgetting, Nikita? It was me who was given the play. You had to beg me to give it to you. Trixie, you were the one he chose. None of his whispers were true. He played me like an instrument. Like Carcosa, I have been shamed, my vanity taken and crushed. Trixie, She broke down into tears. Despite everything, I pitied her. Finish the ritual. Take your place atop the broken throne. But show me mercy, I beg of you. I'm not taking the throne, Nikita. I don't want it. And I think deep down, neither do you. Let's just go back and get some rest. We can pretend this never happened. Obviously, that wouldn't happen, but I wanted to keep her calm. Looked like this terrible week was finally coming to a close. Trixie? I slept well that night. Me and Nikita intend to burn the king in yellow as soon as I finish writing the statement. When I suggested torching the play, I was worried she might snap back into her mania and try to stop me. But she had nothing to say. It was like being outsmarted had totally crushed any desire Nikita had to keep up her mad charade. I'm pretty sure she'll be back to her old self once the election comes along, for better or for worse. Still, she seemed to have developed some small amount of modesty. And I swear I can see a hint of respect for me in her eyes. That de-escalated quickly. It did. Which I'm not entirely sure I like. It's uncanny. I've managed to keep Nikita distracted with her election work. I told her not to write my report. I wanted to do it myself, hence why I'd appreciate more time to finish it. Let's talk about Foretold. Reminds you of something? Is it Kaldheim? I never dealt with Parsnip. I just wanted to get Nikita back to uni and get some rest. I don't intend to return to Daffodil Lane, and I can only hope the King in Yellow's and over that strange rabbit will end along with the play. You love Kaldheim? Me too! It is tangentially related to Kaldheim. Yes! Been swatting off worried messages from Greg for the last 2 days. I think they know something is up, but as soon as I submit this form, I'm going to meet up with them. Shall not speak to them of the King in Yellow. That's a secret between me, Nikita, and you. I need to talk to them properly about that stuff with the golem and the horrible antler tree. Wait. If I'm university faculty, do I have the power within me to grant Trixie an extension on her paper? It's a Dan reference or variant you're making? Whoa. I need to talk to them properly about that stuff with the golem and the horrible antlered tree. We both have to come to terms with the fact that the dark secrets of North Acres are not only true, but also far more horrible than anyone imagined. And their terrible god now knows me and Greg as foes. The fear I feel at the thought of its retribution is matched only when recalling that night with Nikita and the King in Yellow. Despite everything, I have to admit, there is still a temptation to open it. Finish reading The King in Yellow. Oh, like Dan the format. Where you play with the island fish. To be honest, I know Dan is a format. I don't know a single thing about it other than being named after the fish. Great, I'm done. I just need to take this down to the office and I can start work. Trixie, show me your statement immediately. I just realized I'm relying on you to not get me expelled with whatever you wrote on this thing. Jeez, Nikita, how did you get in here? The door, Trixie. Wait, what is this? Why are your walls covered in writing? Oh, huh? I hadn't noticed that. Excuse me, but what the fuck? Whatever, Trixie. Either you've lost the plot, or this is one of those May-Mays. This is one of those May-Mays you like that I just don't get. Also, the word limit on that form is like 300. Look, Trixie, I respect that you've actually put some effort into something for once in your life, as well as being written on the walls. This is way too long. What a waste of time. You can clean it up, and I'll write you a less shit statement. One that will actually get read, and not just get us arrested in the process, because no way have you held back from talking shit about me. Just say you had trouble working this week because your albinism made working during the heat wave difficult. That's such a better excuse. Playing with a specific predetermined deck that both players share and draw from. Okay. There, save you 50,000 words. Oh, okay, Nikita. Oh, time to get to work. Just as soon as I finish reading all the new Cyber Dracula reboot theories online. I am on the fence. Okay, so I really enjoyed this. I'm really on the fence on whether I want to stream more of it or just keep it all to myself. Like my own little meat golem. That really was the testimony of Trixie Glimmer Smith. Apparently written all over her walls. And floor. We'll see. Follow-up playthroughs will be shorter. Okay. I want so badly to go to North Acres. I want so badly to know what Heidi's deal is. You too. We'll see. There might be more of this.